Hey everybody, welcome back to another live stream. And we're going to be starting a new image this week, and I'm really excited about this one. This is a recommendation from one of the comments. So if you guys ever have any recommendations, make sure to leave those down below. I always love to see your guys' recommendations. It allows me to kind of like plan accordingly. I'm going to turn this down a little bit actually as well. But and also this. Hey everybody, welcome. And fantastic. So now I know my audio works, because last week my audio, I was having some issues with the audio, and apparently the mic was sending in the low feed because I'm using an audio mixer, and basically the microphone was plugged into the mixer, but it was outputting the low feed of the audio to the computer, and that was what was being piped into the rest of the streamer. So yeah, we had some issues, but this week we will prevail and we will move on from there. I also made some adjustments. Hopefully the audio sounds a lot better now than it has previously, which is funny that I made these adjustments now, because I actually ordered a new mic as well. That's supposedly coming in this week, and I got myself a arm for the mic as well. So that'll be something that we can update in the future. But for right now, I think this will be great. You can still hear my keyboards down here, so that's the thing that we will be changing going forward, is kind of like getting rid of that, so that way I could have a little bit cleaner audio. And ideally it'll make it so that I can do my tutorials as well, because I have some tutorials that I have planned that I've written that I wanted to work on, but it's been hard to really do that right now with the current audio setup that I have. So once I get all that down, I'll be able to stream here, and I can also stream at my house, and hopefully that'll make it so that way we can increase the number of streams, because right now me having to come to work and get everything set up is a little bit of an annoyance. Before we jump into the image of today, I did want to say we do have a Discord, and a good amount of you guys already joined that Discord, so feel free to click on the link. I did post that in the comments already. It's also in the description of the video below if you don't see the live chat. But go ahead and join our Discord. We've got a great little community growing there, and I do post the final renders when they're complete. I post them there first. That's the first place I post them before I post them on Instagram or anywhere else. So make sure to join the Discord, and I look forward to seeing you guys there and seeing some of your artwork that you guys create. Feel free to share your art inside of that Discord, and help promote other people and give them good feedback. That's always very nice to have. That's what I like to have as a community, is like a very encouraging community of people that can give good comments, good feedback on the work that you're working on. But without further ado, let's jump into today's render. We're going to be working on a medieval castle. Again, recommended by someone in the comments. So if you guys got any recommendations, go ahead and post that. Somebody commented on my Instagram this week to do the Eye of Mordor, or the Shadow of Mordor kind of scene. So I'm looking into doing something like that. But this is the render that we'll be doing today. This is kind of like this medieval castle. I call it the last battle. This right here, so I generate these images in Midjourney first, and then I'll do some Photoshop work on top of it. For instance, this is actually like 3 different Midjourney photos that I kind of stitched together. But it's funny, Midjourney doesn't really know what blood on the ground is supposed to look like. So I ended up putting kind of like a muddy thing there, but I figured that'd be kind of really cool to have like as a pool of blood like close to the camera. So this will be the image that we're creating today. We're going to model everything from scratch in Blender, and then we're going to comp it in Nuke, and hopefully we can finish it today. This is a bit of a undertaking of a render today, so we'll see how that goes. But let's go ahead and jump right on into our Blender and get started, because we need to get this thing rolling here. So I'm going to just delete our cube. Oh, that's right, I am using Blender 4, so some of the buttons are a little different than I am used to, but it's okay. We will get through this. Firstly, I like to just kind of set up the camera, and I don't use F-Spy because we're not really copying this image exactly. We're mostly going to try to be creating our own image from scratch, but then also using this image as our reference. So that's the kind of the reason why I don't use F-Spy. Also, it's a little clunky, and I don't want to have to get it set up, so that's another good reason. I use it for visual effect shots, but that's about it. So let's go ahead and get this camera lined up here into our center of our scene, and we will start working on some of the kind of like slopes that we're going to have here. So I'm going to put that in wireframe. Hey, yo, Veeth, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. We're just getting started here. Just doing a little bit of setup for our ground. Probably have to set this back to median point. Let's go ahead and scale that down. Kind of line that up. That's right, because I don't have the camera. Well, the camera is lined up on like the y-axis, but I don't think the plane is. So, oh no, the camera's not. That's right. Okay. Now the cool thing is that back all the way over here, we're actually gonna have kind of like a mountaintop that's kind of coming up. We're going to sculpt that rather than using our plane. So this doesn't need to quite go that far. We're mostly going to be using this for just this front section here that is pretty easy. We can use like through displacement maps and stuff like that to get the look and feel that we want. Although this ground is pretty uneven, so it's not going to be like some of our previous renders. Probably just going to lower this also, and then kind of reset the horizon on this. I think that's pretty good right there. This week has been pretty crazy for me. I somehow threw my back out on Thursday, so I spent the last few days just recovering from that. And even right now, like, I have to sit in kind of like a weird position. So it's like if I'm leaning too far back, then it kind of puts pressure on my lower back. So yeah, guys, get out and exercise, because this isn't fun. But overall, I've been decently productive. It's just that was kind of an unfortunate-y. And now let's just go ahead and line this ground up, kind of matching our reference image. Again, does not have to match perfectly, just kind of we're using it as a reference here. Now I want to get the ground first done before we jump into the castle, because the castle itself is going to be on top of whatever the terrain is that we complete. And so kind of just getting the general shape of this ground down first is nice and useful. I like doing this in wireframe because you can really easily see where that ground is going, and just doing a low poly version of it before we jump into anything too crazy. Just going to delete our excess light there because we're going to be adding in our own lighting later. And we have this bit of a gully that's happening out here, so let's go ahead and then just select this back face here and kind of just model this gully that we're not going to see. Don't really care too much. But the reason why we do want to have that is when we do add in our scatter of our grass, that it's going to pop up and it's not going to feel like we just hit the end of the world there. So it is important sometimes to model things that you don't necessarily see for lighting purposes as well as modeling. You know, since we are doing it this way, let's just continue this plane all the way to the other side. We're going to notice that this is getting a little far away from the camera, so let's change the end view here to 1000. That way we can kind of see what we're doing. And now that this is far enough away, we're going to notice that we're not seeing it anymore. We'll need to kind of, let's take this last few vertices here. I want this to go to all the way to the edge of the camera, but since we're getting farther away, the perspective's changing. So I'm going to use a little bit of our proportional editing and just kind of like scale that up. I think that should be good. We don't have to do too much more. It's just this back wall that we're kind of focused on. We're going to add more vertices in to add some detail, of course, later. But for right now, let's just kind of model out this slope here and turn off proportional editing now. But how was your guys' week? Did you guys have a busy week, productive week? We're just getting started on some new projects at work, so It's been kind of nice to get into the groove of that again. After the strikes, it's been a while, so I'm excited to work on some new stuff. We actually are doing a new kind of face replacement technique that we're experimenting for some CG doubles. And that's been kind of fun to experiment with there. Okay, we should probably just extrude this outwards, right? I'm gonna kind of create the backside of this rocky hill here. And we're going to use a displacement modifier on all of this stuff later, so I'm not too concerned about it being flat right now. Just mostly trying to get this edge complete. Let's go ahead and continue the plane that the castle is going to be sitting on. So something a little more flat. Yeah, you never realize until your back gets thrown out that you have such bad posture. And also how much your lower back is used in pretty much every part of your day-to-day living. It's pretty insane. And so then anytime you're just trying to chill and sit down, it's not enjoyable. Alright, that should be good there. And then we can put the castle on top of that section. One of our more decently complicated terrain setups that we have here is this. And then the fun stuff that we're going to get to do is, these are supposed to be, this is again, Midjourney didn't quite get this right. It's supposed to be like arrows that like hit the ground. That's what it's supposed to be anyways. Whether or not it actually turned out like that is definitely not the case. I'm going to add in this kind of first tower here. We'll just use a cylinder to kind of as our primitive. Again, just trying to get like a reference of the whole scene done. That way we can go in later and add in all of our detail. Might as well actually add this bit of a lip here. Can always add more later. It's one of like the easier, more relaxing parts of the entire process is kind of just laying out this entire scene. Kind of the thing that you don't have to focus on the most. I don't know, Ben, if you're listening or not, but I'm watching Anatomy of a Fall later, and I haven't seen that yet, so I'm going to be watching that in theaters. I hear it's pretty good. Well, I mean, obviously it's pretty good because it's up for an Oscar. It'll be my first time watching it, so I'm kind of excited to check that out. Not sure if you had seen that one yet or not, and I'm not sure if we had talked about it before. I think that'll do for like the first tower there, and that's kind of just giving us the reference point of where the rest of the castle is going to kind of be lined up. So go ahead and save that. And castles honestly are pretty easy to model because they're just so, they're very primitive in nature. It's just cubes and cylinders and spheres basically. Well, very little spheres actually. We're probably going to get to spend most of our time here working on the actual battlefield, which gives me a good point. Midjourney doesn't usually do a good job of this, but the focus on Midjourney is I was talking to you, Ben. I was just asking, have you seen Anatomy of a Fall? Because I'm about to check that out. We're watching that tonight. So I'm kind of excited to see that. I haven't seen it yet or gotten a chance to watch it. I hear it's pretty good. I think right there. Probably going, hey, MTO, so sorry about yesterday. I did not mean to set the stream date for yesterday. It's funny, too, because the description of the video said today's date, but the actual stream time that I set was set to yesterday. Still figuring this thing out. And honestly, I wouldn't have caught it either because I didn't even go on YouTube. It was Ben that sent the message. I joined a friend of mine's live stream, C-Dubs on Twitch if you guys want to watch some Minecraft streams, awesome Minecraft streams. I was joining his stream just to hang out, and I joined the stream, and then Ben was like, hey, Connor, why are you not on YouTube? And at first I was very confused because I thought like maybe C-Dubs was starting to stream to YouTube. I was like, oh, that's cool. I didn't know he was streaming to YouTube. And but then C-Dubs was like, well, I actually don't know what you're talking about either. And then it kind of got brought out that I was supposed to be streaming yesterday. So damn, dude, this dude's really late. Yeah, because I honestly didn't even realize. I think it was not until like 1:30 or something like that was when Ben had told me that I was late to my own stream. And I felt so bad. Which obviously I should, right? Yeah, no, that's the... Okay, we're going to select all these around here. That's just going to make that easier. That's the first time I've done that, so let's not make that a habit. I even set the stream up in the morning of yesterday because I was like, okay, I'm going to schedule this a day in advance so that everybody can know when I'm going to go live, and that'll be great. And then I posted in Discord, which, by the way, this is a good little plug. In my Discord, I did post the photo that we were going to be creating today. So if you guys want to join the Discord, please do, and share your own artwork. Love to see the stuff you guys are working on. But yeah, I did post in the Discord yesterday the image that we were going to be creating today, this little medieval image. Yeah, I like that. It kind of adds a little extra detail to this thing. So then now we'll do, these are selected on the, like the doubles are selected all the way around it. And that's the part that still goes up. But yeah, we're not going to make a habit of missing our streams, okay? I'm making a mental note that that is not going to happen. Or maybe this is just a sign that I should be streaming on Saturdays as well. I don't know. We'll get there when we get there. It's actually a pretty cool tower. I like that. I love how Midjourney doesn't have any consistency whatsoever in any of the towers. I feel like each tower is a little bit different than the one to the side of it. Which, who knows, might actually be realistic to how these castles were built, right? My prompt in Midjourney was like, what was it? It was like epic battlefield, arrows in foreground, and then I was like, Game of Thrones. And Midjourney was like, oh, I understand the assignment. So turns out you just have to add Game of Thrones into your prompt, and then you'll kind of get what you're looking for. I'm gonna lift this a little higher. I think because my ground is slightly different, I'm gonna get some perspective issues. Also, Midjourney seems to be having some weird perspective issues. So let's see, I'm gonna probably do something like that. And then we can add in some edge loops as well, just to give us the ability to add in a little bit of a wall to this. think something like that should work well. And then if we duplicate this, we can actually create kind of like this walkway in between. I'm gonna join these together. Doesn't make sense to have them as separate. And we're not gonna see the ground, but it might be nice to just to have it. So I'm just gonna go to the inside here. Gotta select everything. Can I not select it in this direction? Is it because the way the loop edges are? Fine, I didn't want to. And yeah, I mean, scaling probably is incorrect. I probably should add a dude in here just so I know what the actual size of this castle is. When something's so far away, it's really kind of hard to tell. I do think it'll be beneficial for us, so let's go ahead and just do that. I'm gonna hit the save button again. You may notice I'm hitting the save button a billion times, but it's only because this castle's in Asia. Also, I don't have the latest human gen, so I keep getting these bugged messages saying that I can't edit my stuff. Alright. Everything except for the human gen needs to be selected here. And I think if... do that there. We can scale down on our 3D cursor. Well, I mean, I should also have the ground selected, right? Yeah. And if we scale this down, everything will kind of stay the same except for the dude on the wall. So we'll just find the scaling that we want. Something's just like a little off with this, and I think what we're gonna need to do is select all these like tops. Oh, is this all? Oh, right. And then we'll just select all of these tops here, and then just kind of bring them down. I do feel like they may be a little bit taller, and then if we scale on individual origins, we can scale these all kind of inwards. Yeah. I like that. There we go, we got ourselves a wall. One of many walls for this castle, in fact. Okay, now the secret's going to be getting this to work here. I feel like if we just delete this like pillar here, we're not going to see that anyways, right? There we go, we got ourselves a wall. And it's roughly the correct height. I'm just gonna take this guy though, and if we throw an array on it, perfect. Then we just duplicate that array. We can get ourselves a longer wall without having to do all the work. And no one cares about the ground. Because in reality, on this castle, there is no ground on some of the walkways here. It's to trip up the people that are invading into the castle. All right, we'll go ahead and save that, and let's add in a cube over here. And yeah, this angle's probably fine. I mean, it's not the actual angle that it should be, but we don't need to duplicate this image too much. Let's kind of lift that up and then select this top face here. Just have that go all the way to the top. That'll be kind of like this tower over here. And if we add in an edge loop, actually before we do that, I'm going to do this top piece here. Let's just make it a little bit easier. Let's just extrude that and scale it outwards. Extrude, scale, extrude, extrude, scale, oops, extrude, scale, extrude. I think that might be okay, because can we do every other, or is this? You know, I actually don't know the math behind a subdivide. Is the math keeping it like even or keeping it odd? If kind of just lining all of that up, I think. Okay, and then just make those go up as well. Towers are fun, man. I mean, they're just a bunch of cubes, right? I'm gonna select this inside wall here if I can. I guess I can't just alt select it. There's gotta be a reason why that doesn't work sometimes. There's a reason that I don't know. I'm going to just kind of have that go off camera over there. And if I add a bunch of edge loops in here, and I'm just going to select every other again. That's probably fine. And then we just extrude this up. That's cool. And then this way I can have another wall on the inside of it. You know what? Maybe not all the way over there. I'm thinking maybe to this point. Okay. And then if we duplicate this, sorry, not duplicate. We'll just select the back portion here. And like just have it go all the way up, I suppose. And if we extrude that out, I'm just gonna kind of line it up with the edge of the other building over here. Because this is still going to go up to about there. And if we add another edge loop here, we're just going to create this corner. So I'm going to select these faces all the way down. We're not going to really see that, but it's for the corner. And now we know it's there. I like this kind of like front bit there. I think that adds a little nice depth to the building. Also, if we add another edge loop on, probably gonna, oops. Let's add another edge loop right here. I'm just gonna kind of bring it over. And this face here, let's just focus on that. And go ahead and save. The only other thing is, let's go ahead and add in a bunch of edge loops here. And let's just create the top kind of like, what do they call that on castles? Is there like an official name for this? I'm sure there is. Like the little dots that kind of go up. Ben, you gotta let me know. You're the history guy. What's the little squares that pop up on the top of the castle called? I'm sure there's like an official name for it. I'm gonna take this tower here, and then let's go ahead and duplicate that and move that all the way back here. And we're just gonna change the top to this one. So I'm just gonna duplicate it first, and then we'll scale it out. And just changing the top, so kind of bring that down. I don't think we're going to scale to 0, but we'll get pretty close to it, just because there's no real point to something like that. Battlement? You know what? That sounds correct. A battlement. I think I might have underestimated by saying that this was going to be really easy to model. The gaps are called crenels? Where did they get that name? It's like... Put the archers between the crenels. Or in the crenels, right? Guard your crenels! Oh, and I guess battlement kind of makes sense, but I feel like... Oh, you know what? I've heard battlement before. I thought that was just the name of the entire kind of like wall as a whole was a battlement. So far, pretty dandelion here. I was thinking that we should have like a body or two kind of laying on the ground out here in like this area. Figured that might be kind of cool. And this wall's not going all the way down. Gotta fix that. No crevices for the bad guys to steal under, or to hide under, or get under. Not hide. To sneak under your walls. You gotta have safe walls for your castle. Yeah, I think the whole wall is called a battlement, and the raised and lowered portions have fancy names. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I feel like I've heard the word battlement before. Probably in like Game of Thrones. That's my education source. My educational source growing up was Minecraft, and then in college was Game of Thrones. How did you learn how to do science? Minecraft. How did you learn what history was in like different things? Oh, Game of Thrones. If you're making an accurate castle, you have to have a drainage area that is the weakest part of the castle wall. Oh. I feel like, so over here, where would you say that drainage portion would be on this castle? Are we going to necessarily see it though? Or like, is there a drainage portion on each side? Because potentially we're looking at the castle from an angle that you wouldn't see that necessarily. Right? Could that be? Or are you saying that I have to do more work? What are you trying to tell me, Ben? You know, as VFX artists around here, we are fans of not doing more work. No, you don't have to see it. Okay, cool. So yeah, not super necessary for the render. You're right. Well, if we were to turn this into, let's say, a video game, then that would be a cool idea. I have often thought about like some of the renders that we make. It'd be kind of cool to gamify them, make like a level or something like that. Especially with how easy it is in like Unreal and stuff nowadays to do that. Hey, welcome to the stream. We're just chilling. It's a beautiful Sunday. Just doing our thing here. Yeah, Ben, we're not a fan of creating extra work for ourselves. We like to, we like to do less work if possible. We'll have that kind of go down. I like that. That kind of like continues this line here. Hey, Vin, welcome to the stream. We're doing a super easy render this week, right? I'm being honest though, like, okay, that was meant to be a joke, but also realistically speaking, this render is probably going to not be that difficult just for the sake of the fact that it's just a lot of duplicates on top of each other. Do that for that. And then we have this continuation of this wall over here. You know what's going to be complicated on this is the texturing and shading. That's what's going to be complicated and going to be a very tedious process. Wow, I like that so far. I like these battlements that we have. I'm thinking we could probably just duplicate this, right? Move that back here. Oops. Can we have this connecting to our back tower? Is that possible? Just to add layer? Yeah, that works. I mean, why do extra work? We can literally just duplicate our stuff all around because it's just battlements, right? I love it. I don't want to see that side of it. Okay, that's good. And so then I'm even going to say, let's do this. Let's take this, delete it. And now we have this guy here. Let's just rotate that somewhere into this direction. So that way it kind of goes into this additional tower that we have over here. Amazing. Who knew? I did. I'll tell you that. Oh, that's actually even better. Wow, we're adding free detail into this just by duplicating our work. Okay, back to my question I had earlier. So, Midjourney never adds focus, depth of field into your scenes. On a scene like this, where this is our final render, do we more want to be looking at the battlefield in front of us, or do we want to be looking at the castle in the background? I am inclined, oops, my phone just fell over. I'm inclined to say that the castle in the background is less important than the battlefield in front of us, because I want to have like arrows sticking out of the ground. Like there's this scene that I was kind of inspired by from Game of Thrones where it's like all the arrows are like flying in the air and then go wah, wah, bah, 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 into the ground. I feel like that would be really cool to see kind of like the remnants of the battlefield, especially since we're calling the render battlefield. It might be nice. Oh, so you're saying castle. Okay. I mean, honestly, it would be cool to see the castle, but I just feel like we're going to have like all this cool detail that we're having here in the front. It'll be super easy, said the Lord of Shading and Post, rendering the peasants looking in awe about the mythical prowess. So battle, okay, now we're getting conflicting results. Castle, battle, we can try both and then just kind of see how it is. And honestly, Midjourney, what they're doing is they have everything in focus. I just feel like once we hit the render button, if we have everything in focus, then it's going to be less cool. So that's why I kind of figured we'd probably want to have only one in focus, not both. I'm going to add this to the other side over here. It's kind of like wall. We're going to go off book a little bit here. I do feel like the battlefield will have some cool detail in it that we'll want to see, but seeing both, I think we'll be able to determine it a little bit easier of what we would prefer. And kind of line this up. However, you know, this is the thing about creating, you know, VFX or CG and all that stuff. There really is no wrong answers. It's, you know, well, it's cinematography, so it's like one of those things where it's like you can do it however way you please, and more than likely when you finish the result, nobody's going to complain, oh man, I wish I saw this better or whatever. I mean, maybe someone will. Okay, so that's kind of off screen there now. Cool, so that's like the exterior of this whole castle. I like that. Let's try adding a little bit more detail into the castle back here. I could probably just duplicate our thing that we already have, and that would work. So yeah, let's just do that. Why even overcomplicate this? Why overcomplicate something that is so incredibly simple to do? Boom. We now have another building in there. That's how easy it is. I will say I want to duplicate this again, but this time let's go ahead and delete everything off to the side here. Let's scale that guy up. And I like it. I know you guys can't really see too well because of the wireframe, but I'm just adding in kind of this castle portion back here. If I duplicate this, you keeping it PG, or are we gonna see some blood splatter? Okay, that's fun thing I was mentioning a little bit earlier. So I create all of my reference images, like for instance this one here I created in Midjourney. Say what you want. If you don't like AI, cool, whatever. I use it as like kind of like concept art because I can't sketch. So this image here was created in Midjourney, and I took several different images. And then I also used Photoshop's like AI generative filtering for this. This is supposed to be blood. So I was thinking it would be kind of cool if this was like blood, and maybe we could have different pools of blood throughout the scene. Because these are arrows that are coming down. Also, interestingly, Midjourney doesn't create like death and destruction of people. I think this was supposed to be a human that Midjourney just didn't know how to do. So yes, I'm gonna try to not go. We're not going too PG on this, I should say. Man, this is like one of those scenes that I really wish we could spend more time in and like create like an animated shot of. I figured maybe, I don't know. I showed you guys last week the one animated shot I did. I'll just show you guys real quick again. This was like a fun. This is like a fun little render. Because we did this still image, and since I had the still image, I was like, oh man, it would be like super cool if it was like animated. So then I just animated the shot, and you know, we did this, which was really fun to do. And I feel like I want to do more of this, is like by taking the animated, make an animated version. Because the other thing that you kind of miss on this as a still shot is all this falling rain and stuff. Action VFX assets, by the way, so go check that stuff out. Well, actually, hold off on getting your Action VFX assets. I'm getting affiliated. I'm trying to get an affiliate link right now. So wait till I get my affiliate link before you guys go buy some assets. But that was something cool about that shot, was the rain you couldn't really see in the still image, but in the animated version of the shot you could see the rain falling, and then you can add a little bit of lightning in there and stuff like that, and it really helps sell the scene. Wow guys, I think we're already like done with the blocking stage of the model. That's fun. Now we just kind of need to add some windows in there, which I don't know. Back to you, Ben. How realistic is it to actually have windows in these things? My knowledge of medieval history is through Game of Thrones, which probably is not the most ideal way of knowing about medieval history. All right, and then trying to think. Let's do every 2. Yeah, I like that. Every 2. Well, thank you. Yes, that was a fun render to do. I really enjoy doing those kind of renders, especially when I get to screw around with like adding some animations into it, because at heart, in the end of the day, I'm really just a compositor that likes to do some CG. So that's why I do a lot of my stuff in post, is because I really enjoy that aspect of it. Yeah, I think those windows will be nice. Depends, castles had windows, but most did not have glass. Well, I'm not gonna add glass, so I'm actually just deleting the face on the inside here. Just Boolean what? Boolean the windows? I don't want to Boolean the windows. I like the square windows. I like my terrible workflow. We try new workflows every week, okay? Just so that way we don't get bored of the ones that we had before, you know? I could Boolean it. Sure. Okay, fine. You're right. We'll Boolean it. That way we have better looking windows than what we have. All right. You know what? You win. Okay, fine. I Boolean it every week. I was trying to not this time. I want it facing the same direction though. So let's duplicate this first and then press P and then selection. Now it's its own plane. And now if I just take that and extrude it, let's go ahead and create ourselves a fancy window, because now that we can. This is why I live stream, guys. That way I could get criticized. Get criticized on my workflows. There's some YouTubers I follow, and it's funny. They that do like CG work. And before their videos, they'll have like little disclaimers that pop up and be like, look, this is just my method of doing it. You know, it's not the only way to do it. Because the truth is like with visual effects, there's a million ways to do things. And you know what? Some ways are better than others. Okay, and now that we did that, we just use an array, and then we will do it this way. And kind of just line it up to a certain extent, I think. 2.7. Oh no, sorry, 2.7, not 1.7. 2.7. Perfecto. And now we have fancy windows rather than what we were having before. I'll do another array, but this time let's do 0 on that, and then let's just add this to, oops, the y-axis is what we want. 0. And then now if we move that down, voila, we can have windows that actually line up with each other. Imagine using your brain correctly. like I just did now. Still doesn't feel lined up to me. I'm just gonna eyeball it. And now, using a boolean, let's chop these guys off. Wait, did that not work? What are these called? Plane 7. Do I need to apply my arrays first? Lovely Boolean issues. I probably also need to apply all, so let's just go through. Let's just apply our arrays, and we will then add a Boolean. Boolean out, specifically plane 7. Apply, and it's not chopping. Why do I have Boolean issues every other day? Oh, well that's funny. So if I grab that, let's just hide it, and we go into edit mode here, it did that. Well, that's fun. I swear, sometimes Blender's Booleans are the God's gift to humanity, and then other times they're not. I've applied like 20 Booleans, so I think I'm actually having like multiple vertices on top of each other now, which is pretty funny. Whoopsies. Let's just extrude these inwards and do what I did before and just delete. Booyah. Now we've got our holes in the wall. Oh, you know what I should have done actually, rather than only going that far? Let's go ahead and extrude this all the way through, then press Y, and then delete. And so now we're gonna actually have it go all the way to the interior of this wall. I'm probably going to also need to select this because we have like this really thick line, and I bet you if I press 1 and just grab it, yeah, you see that? Junk! Junk! So now we just go to mesh and then say cleanup. Where's cleanup? Yeah, down there. And then we're gonna do merge by distance. We got rid of 240 disgusting little vertices that were on top of each other that we didn't want. Now you know what the really annoying part is? We did it on this wall. We're gonna have to do it to all the walls separately. Bro, I'm sure that modifier has a mind of its own and does not want to work sometimes. I know, and you guys see me every single week use Booleans, and every single week I swear it doesn't freaking work half the time. But it's okay. We're gonna make it through. We're chill here. This is the chill stream, okay? The Sunday is the chill stream. So we're gonna just do not duplicate it, but move it over. I think that's fine. Let's do ourselves a favor though, and just we're gonna delete these down there, and that's good for me. Now if we select this guy, let's add a Boolean here. We only want the top because this is going to be the entrance of the castle, and just select plane 7 and apply it. I'm going to delete this. Yeah, it doesn't freaking work. It doesn't want to work. It doesn't do its thing, man. F's in the chat for Boolean, please. Everybody give the F's in the chat for the Boolean. Blender needs to fix their Boolean node. Even though it is super freaking helpful compared to, I feel like, other platforms and uses of it. But this time we're not going to apply the Boolean 20 times and have stacking vertices. We're only going to do it once. And then go to the inside here, and we're just going to extrude it all the way to the end. Press Y, X, vertices. Booyah, done. F in the chat. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the support. Everyone just go tweets at Blender, just like F. No, don't do that. Don't do that. I like Blender. Okay, next up, let's go ahead to this face over here, and we're going to find the height that we want. Let's do it about there. And the width that we want is probably going to be about that. So let's go ahead and take this face here. We're going to duplicate that face, and then we're going to just make it its own object again. So now if we go select that, we can take everything and kind of just extrude it outwards. You know what? Maybe it's the way I'm doing this. Maybe you're not supposed to be cool like me, you know? I'm just kidding. I have a feeling that maybe it has to do with the vertices being directly on top of each other or something like that. I'm not quite sure. I also, fun little fact, I just scaled this up a little bit because if we go to wireframe, these lines are exactly on the lines here. And if you do that, Boolean for sure 100% will not work. So you need to not do that. And so I just scale it up a little bit so that way the vertices and edges don't line up with each other directly. Because if they do, then that can be very problematic. Next up, let's just go to top view here. I'm going to delete all the insides of this cube that we have. This is the size we want, but it's definitely not the type of vertices and topology that we want. So I'm just going to kind of select everything here and fill in each corner of this new makeshift cube that we just created. And the reason why we duplicated that cube there was because we needed it to face the exact same angle that the wall is. So that's just the easiest way to do it. But now, since we did this, we can actually just add a single edge loop in and kind of create the height that we want. I'm going to actually take these and lower them rather than the other way around. I'm going to create 2 new edge loops and just kind of create a little bit of a smoother walkway. All right, I like that. Now if we go in and add in a subdivide surface and add edge loops to the front and back of it, should work really nicely for us. So let's take this and I'm gonna grab it, but I want to grab it on the normals. So if I move that to grab on the normals, I should be able to move it on the, can I not? I thought I could. Also, how do you freaking, oh, is it that? Yeah. If you turn that tool on, then it'll do the normals thing. Cool. Wow, guys. Imagine that. They have a tool for it. Let's just go ahead and select all these vertices on the back here. If we just select everything and we just grab it on the Z axis, we can just move it all the way through. Oh, that's going down. Whoopsies. That's why you don't look at things only in top view. So now we got everything selected on the back here, and we're just going to make sure that our transform option is turned on for that. Let's see, correct face. Where did my tool go? Oh, it's over here. That's right. I'm just going to move that on. Oh, the normals are really screwed up. Local. There we go. I guess that kind of makes sense because I had like that weird rotated edge there. And so it was kind of like averaging out the direction of everything. I just need that to go all the way through. And then if we add in a Boolean, hopefully this 100% works this time. First try. First try. Apply. First try, guys. First try. We did it. We actually did it. The Boolean worked, guys. That's that's new. It worked. First take, first try. And now I'm going to just add in a cube. I don't necessarily care that this isn't the right direction. We're just going to kind of select everything here. You guys remember old Blender when they had the transform tools turned on all the time, 100% of the time? Man, I miss those days. I'm sure there's a way for me to turn it on right now, so. And I'm sure one of you guys is already telling me how to do it. So I have no doubt that that's going to happen. All right, an array then is going to do us justice, and we can go ahead and duplicate this, and now we got ourselves some bars. I'm going to just make sure that goes all the way to the top. Now we got ourselves some bars that is kind of closing off the entrance of our tower. Save. And let's see, so we have our windows are only on these two sections here, and this is too low to the ground. I'm thinking for there to be windows. However, we can have windows all the way over onto this building. So let's unhide our window preset that we have here, a little preset. Duplicate that, move that all the way over here. And let's see. You know what? I wonder if we scale this to be larger, if that'll work. And now kind of just, I'm not going to do local. I want that to be back to global, just because that's how I have it memorized. Let's do an array here and just kind of change the distance up a little bit. Probably 1.1, 1.15. And just to duplicate that guy. Oh, we're going to have to create an inside of this building if we're going to put the windows up there. But we're for sure putting the windows in the building up here. So let's take this, add in a, not an array, but a boolean. And we're going to select our preset window that we have here and hit apply. And if we move that down, literally nothing happened. What? What is going on with this? Why did it work the one time but not the others? I don't think this boolean modifier likes me very much, guys. God damn it. There we go. Just select all of our faces here, and we're going to do the same thing that we've done every freaking time so far because the boolean modifier doesn't like to work. Let's go ahead and extrude it through. Press Y. Delete the vertices. Now you got your boolean done. I'm thinking we probably add in some windows down here as well, so let's go ahead and do that. Something like that. You know, they just want some fresh air. I don't know why it's not working. I couldn't tell you. But I do have a solution since it's not working. You hide this and you do it manually. Vin, I'd like to point out that this is your fault that I'm doing it this way. Although this is a better method, technically speaking. But, I don't know why it's not working. Someone messaged the guy from Blender that is in charge of the Boolean modifier. Because there actually is a guy that's whole job is... Or he's the guy that... I think he's the guy that designed the Boolean modifier and is the one that gets it to work and all that stuff. Oh, whoops. This doesn't go all the way through, though. I think it hits that back wall. Yeah, it hits that back wall. So we're probably going to have to do something about that. Which isn't the hardest thing to do, because all we have to do is delete that back wall. We don't need it. So let's add in an edge loop. We can't. That's lovely. Oh, yeah, we can. Let's just do it this way. we just select these. These are the only ones that we really need to select. Oh. Well, that's wonderful, guys. Check that out. It even freaking... Because the boolean chopped the holes, it chopped the holes there as well. That's hilarious. So we're going to have to delete specifically the back wall. Okay. Well, alright. This isn't the worst thing in the world, but I mean, it is kind of annoying. And we're going to need to do this later for lighting purposes because you'll be able to tell that there's a wall there. Even if it is out of focus, you'll be able to tell. So, let me apologize to the public for picks up the axe and goes to the Blender Stack Exchange for answers. You know, I've actually never posted on the Blender Stack Exchange. I've used Blender for over 10 years and I've never posted on the Blender Stack Exchange. But this might be something to be like, hey, what the hell? And that's the only thing you really have to say is, hey, what the hell? We want answers, Blender. Give us answers. Are we chopping through? We're not even chopping through. Is that because I... Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Breathe. Breathe. It's okay. Just gonna have to delete it twice. At least it's not 3 times. It's only twice. Next time it'll be 3 times. I want answers to why this Boolean modifier doesn't seem to be working for us. Okay. Great. Only 2 more walls to do, I think. Alright, so we got all the windows finished there. That's gonna look so good now. I'm happy. I'm happy. Now I bet you this wall doesn't go all the way through either. Yep, nope. Is that through now? What is that? It's not. So we're going to focus on that just so we don't have to get a headache trying to reposition. Okay. And this one already does have a back wall, so we don't have to do it twice. Awesome. Actually, that worked. Yeah. Let's go, guys. I'm back on the Blender chain. Okay. Let's delete that. Delete that. And it's like I asked something once and was bombarded by comments like, search the internet. Why do you think I came here? Never went again. I used regular Stack Exchange because I code a lot, and I'm not gonna lie, that's not a Blender only issue there. I do feel like that's just like a in general, like you go to a Stack Exchange and like people are just rude. It doesn't help. It's like, thank you for your professionality. That's when you gotta be a little sassy back. Also, and this is like, then, I mean, every time I post on regular Stack Exchange, I would put in as many details as I possibly could because I already knew I was gonna get bombarded. And so then you put in like what your OS is, what version of the software you're running, what the command was, all the things that you've tried to fix it so far. Because like, that's the other thing is people just give you like the dumbed down, easy way to fix it. And you're like, well, I've already tried that. I'm not a complete idiot. I'm just mostly an idiot. And, you know, they still give you crap for it. So, all right, we're gonna go ahead. Ooh, do I not have that enabled? Okay, save. Let's go to our preferences really quick and then search for A.N landscape. Did I not use this last week? I did. Why do I have to re-enable it? Whatever, easy enough. And scale that bad boy out. It doesn't need to be a sharp cliff, it just needs to be something. And kind of just face that downwards like that, because we're not really going to see it. It's just in the background. Which actually we're getting to the point where we can't really see. So go to view here, and then we set the end to like 10,000. And that's cool, guys. We are on track. Like, just all the windows. That's the thing that took the longest. Like, I created them, the battlement faster. Also, the proper response to anybody on those exchange websites is, do you have any idea who I am? And no, they don't. But it doesn't matter at that point, because now they're looking you up. Because they definitely don't know who I am. Alright, let's create some arrows and just stick them in the ground here. Yeah, something like right there should be fine. And we'll just add in a quick little cylinder. And scale that down. Yeah, that should be about right. Scale that up. And I'm thinking we just select everything on the bottom here. Arrows are generally pretty easy. Probably just going to say cursor to selected. You don't? Who are you? I don't even know, man. Still trying to figure that out. Let's see. Let's go ahead and add in an icosphere and change the amount of vertices that, or subdivisions that it has. And let's see. Probably bring that down. And then overall, we're probably just going to grab this bottom bit here. Let's use proportional editing. Really scale that guy down to something like that. And then we'll just scale that inwards. I'm just trying to create like an easy arrowhead. We're not going to really see it on most of these, but I'm probably going to have some of the arrows kind of like laying on the ground or snapped. And then that way, if we create like a single object right now that's going to kind of like represent our thing, we can use maybe like a particle system or something like that to help us. I'm gonna add in that and just let's go ahead and do something like that. Should work. Just give it a little bit of a bow, and then thinking maybe some kind of still feels a little big down here. I'm gonna select that and just scale that in. Yeah, it's much better. And then we'll do the feathers on the top. See, there's a couple different ways we could do this. Let's just try this. Is there a feather? I'm just Googling for like a feather. Oh, like a transparent background feather. Because ideally what we can do is we could just then have planes with the feather kind of like projected onto it. What kind of feathers do arrows have? Meant to say arrows. No, I don't want to buy Amazon arrows. Now I'm going to get recommended those. If I click bow, this will give us some better results, I think. A lot. Okay. Great. We can potentially use something like this for a section of it. Let's try this. I'm gonna save this image. We'll just throw this in our downloads. So it's yes, today's stream. Throw this under VFX material and put that there. And let's see. I'm gonna open up Photoshop. And if we open up this image in Photoshop, let's see, let's go find it real quick. We kind of need a transparent version of this feather. And honestly, we could probably make ourselves a version of this. Yeah, I mean, I could use the knife tool on a plane, but what I'm kind of thinking is since a lot of these feathers are like really stacked on top of each other, we might as well do that here inside of Photoshop. And that way we don't have to worry about this later. So with that being said, we're going to select all by color range, and we'll just select the white area here and then change the fuzziness level to be a little bit higher. Yeah, that's fine. Delete that. But now if we copy paste it, I'm going to take kind of this or interestingly, I think I actually don't know how to make a feather, and maybe this is something that I should have known how to do. But if we take this and we make ourselves another version of it that we can kind of just like place beneath it. We'll change the canvas size here to be something a little wider. I know that the arrows are going to be a little bit longer than our typical feather that we'll have, so let's change the width here to something like 2000. And I think this works. We just got this straight edge here. If we select everything, I just want to line up everything a little bit better, something a little flat. And let's see, just stretch this to where we want it. Okay, that's good. And we'll hit commit. Oh, you know what we can also do is let's select this back one here and then just paste it. And we're gonna probably use that right there. And just kind of chop off this back bit of the feather. Nice, okay. And then this will kind of be our entire one side of a feather. We'll just use this for both sides of it. So save. Oh, we don't need to save this. Export this as like a PNG, and then we'll import it into our Blender directly. And PNGs have transparency, so that should be good. And now if we go into our feather that we have over here, and we import image as plane, we can find our said feather. And go to like render view real quick. Probably should save. Save. I'm actually going to go to material view because for right now that's going to be more ideal for us. And if we just go focus on this, let's see. And yeah, if we really want to clean that up, we could use the knife tool on top of this, but honestly, this is probably going to work really well for us. And let's take this and we're going to add in, you know what? No, we're not. Let's just duplicate it. I was going to mirror it, but then it's just going to be more of a hassle, honestly. Okay, well, you know what we could do is we could give a little bit of a different variation to it. Let's see how if that's enough of a different variation. Duplicated at 120 degrees? What does that mean? Oh, is it supposed to be 3? Oh, it is. Good point. Nice catch. Yeah, that's a really good point. So let's first do this. I'm going to let's change this over here to our shader editor. Wow, it's really early for us to jump to shader editor. I already duplicated our material to have like a new one here. If I go find our arrow head number 2, which I realized you guys couldn't see while I was doing, I actually in Photoshop made some adjustments to it. Now you can see that popped over here, changed slightly. But now if we take this guy and then we rotate him slightly, and then we duplicated it and then rotated it again like that on the arrowhead. I think that should work. Wave mode. What's wave mode? Oh, wave mode inside of Photoshop. That's actually a great idea. Yeah, that totally would have worked. Well, I mean, we could do that. We could do grid warping or anything like that. I was just moving around these feathers here. Or were you saying wave mode inside of Blender? I'm sure there's multiple ways we could probably attach to do that. I think this is going to work for us here. We have kind of like these 3 feathers. My only concern is that they are paper thin. So if we need to duplicate these, or not duplicate them, we need to add a little bit of thickness to them. I think if we add in a solidify, will that do it on the material? Will that actually solidify our material that we have? I don't think so. No, it won't. Okay. Our other method that we could do is using our shaders. We can actually add a little bit of thickness there. Which we may need to do. I don't know that we're actually really gonna need to though, because in the end of the day, are we actually going to be directly on the line for any of these guys? I don't know. Arrow stick. And then finally arrowhead at the bottom over here. Safe. I'm in cycles right now, which is why everything is so blandy. But like, let's go ahead and change our settings over here. Sorry, not cycles, Eevee. We're gonna swap that to cycles, use GPU, make sure that our CUDA is turned on this week, right? So if we go to our system settings, yep, everything's enabled. Let's go and save that. Let's finish this arrow here first. I kind of also want to, you have the black and white from Photoshop. Can it work as a normal map? Probably. Actually. For sure. I need... So would I output this as like a... Is there a way to do this without baking it into the photo? Because I don't want to actually bake in anything to the photo. No transparency. JPEG, can I only output alpha? Because in After Effects you can output just alpha. Probably not. Great. Actually, what am I doing? We actually have the alpha. Yeah, sorry. I'm getting confused here. So yes, I can take the feather that we have here. We have the alpha, and if we just viewed the alpha, that should just give us the result of the black and white, and we can plug that into our normals. Or we can use that as a bump map, I think, for the thickness of it. So we could take this feather, and then we can plug that into our normals and then view that. Is that going to give us the thickness? Is that kind of what you were talking about? I don't know if I'm like really reading what you're putting down. And then change that to a normal map. No, because that's just going to shade it to be that, right? I don't know that I'm getting what you're putting down here. I'm going to make a quick stick material while we're waiting for that. I'm thinking we could just throw in a Musgrave texture. Let's go view that real quick. Probably change the scaling of it. Something like... that should do us good, and then we'll use a color ramp. Make this a little more contrasty. And then we'll do a mix color node that is looking at this brown here, and then just do that again, and then just make it a little bit darker. And it's going to be using this as the factor between the two of those. So if we actually go look at this now, you'll see our kind of shading of our stick that we're just getting for free. And I think all of our sticks are going to be slightly different now. We plug that into our base color, and we should have a nice little arrow stick thing. And finally, let's see, let's grab this top piece here and delete only the face and select everything in this circle and kind of just take that down, turn off proportional editing. I'm talking about how to use a separate RGB with black and white values to tell us displacement and could be different channels for random. Oh, okay. Yeah, we could probably do something like that. Let me just first finish shading this. I'm thinking, honestly, we're not going to need to. Let's do a mixed color for this as well, just kind of like adding in some variation. I mean, we could also import a lot of these materials. Let's do this, actually. Okay, so that's the height. We'll take this Musgrave, plug this into the factor on this. We could plug that into the base color, and I'm also going to use it for our roughness. If we go view that, I also want to invert the values for the roughness, and that should be better. These feathers are like actually comically large, so we probably should select these and fix that. Or maybe that... Is there a fine balance for getting this to work? Let's see... just probably more unnecessary computation, yeah. And I have a habit of adding in unnecessary computation, believe you me. Wait till we start adding in all the fog. This guy likes to add in a lot of fog and volumetrics to my renders. I'm going to save that. It just came out of mine because I was making a procedural tile material. Oh, very cool. Okay, yeah. No, I mean, totally, especially if it's something that's going to be like really in your face. My only concern is this. I'm going to add all of this together, right? Let's actually make it so... I'm gonna make this here. Control J. So everything's gonna be in the same object. So now if we go back to render, everything still works. Fantastic. Lovely, guys. We have a single arrow. I'm gonna go over to our collections over here, and I'm gonna call this prefab. Now, I have an idea, and it's a terrible idea, but what's life without a bunch of terrible ideas? Let's add in a plane. You guys know where I'm going with this. We're gonna add in a plane. Honestly, I need to not do this because I probably should just learn how to use geometry nodes, but I don't know how. I don't know how, and I don't want to learn. Let's see. The start time is going to be like negative 100, and then the end time is going to be 0. Our lifetime is going to be something like 150, and now, whoops. End time was supposed to be 0. Why is it still? Oh, that's right. Okay. And let's see. Can I make particles interact with this? Yes, I can. I can go into here and go to physics and then add in collision. And now, is this going to collide with that? It does, guys. It does. Let's go to our particles now and then change the bounciness of it. So feel like that's under here somewhere. I haven't messed around with this stuff in forever, but let's go to physics. Let's change the, doesn't need to be mass. It's like the, oh, I guess I could do it in here too. So under physics for this, you can actually change the stickiness to be extremely high, and then change the friction to be extremely high. And so now it's just gonna have all of these particles that are kind of just like knocked into the ground. I'm gonna actually make this so, yeah, it's fine. Actually, if we set this to like -60, will that work? So that way we don't actually have to see it. Yeah, it did work. Let's go. Okay, so now we got all these particles kind of just like in the ground. If we go to our camera view, this may be too many. We also might want them a little bit closer to our camera. So let's do that. And there we go. Now the question is, do we have too many? Because we're going to be, instead of putting like all these dots here, we're going to be putting out little arrows kind of like sticking into the ground in different directions. So let's change the number of this to be, let's try 300. Cool. And then let's change the render from halo to object, and then from object to arrow. That's cool. I didn't think about using a particle system like this. Well, let's see if it works. Don't be impressed yet. This may not work. Okay, so then if we change the scale, that should probably be a little more accurate to what we're going for. And then now we're going to go into our rotation settings here and then change the randomization to be like 1. Can I actually make this higher than 1? No, I can't. Let's change phase, dynamic, angular velocity. Okay, fantastic. And so now this is gonna kind of like hit everything. Now, we might not want it to rotate all that much. But now we got like this scatter of arrows rather than us having to manually put all of our arrows into the ground. Let's change the, I just kind of, for the most part, want it to feel like it's kind of sticking somewhat upwards. Oh, I see. Okay. Set the phase to 0. And that's kind of like setting everything completely on its side. Let's change the I basically want this, but I want it to not be sideways. I think I have to do, let's see, object rotation, global coordinate, no. And then let's see, adjust. There's got to be a way. Object alignment, normals, tangent, velocity. Randomizing the rotation. Well, at least this gives us like pretty close to what we're looking for. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay, fantastic. So there we go. We got our arrows kind of everywhere now. We're not going to want them in the air. We're just going to want this after everything is kind of complete. And let's go ahead into our Scene collection over here. We're just going to turn off the render of our prefab. And what is this plane? Oh, that's right. That's our render as well. Use force fields maybe. Yeah, I guess I could kind of like pull the orientation of it in the direction we want. Although, is it wrong for me to just be like, yeah, but I'm like kind of cool with it looking this way? This kind of gets the desired result. I think that works nicely. Okay, great. So let's go to our particle system here, and then we're going to bake this. That way we don't have to do this every single time. So go to your cache settings. Where's that at? Up here. And let's go ahead and say bake. And we're going to render only frame 44. So, because that's the frame that we want. Voila, we now no longer have problems. Also, if it's baked, this will be great because then we won't have any issues later with the stuff. It's so funny. I just got these random arrows flying down on the ground over there. And now I can actually, ooh, we don't want to delete that, but we do want to hide it if we can. So let's go to our render settings here, change our visibility to, render viewport display. We're going to go over here and then we're going to turn off shadow from this guy. Actually, maybe not, but we do want to go to the viewport display settings, which are all the way down here, and then change this to wireframe mode. And then that way we don't see it in our render. However, I'm curious if we hit the render button, because I have the prefab here disabled from render, and that's where our plane is set. Does that mean that all of our arrows, yep, our arrows do not appear. So we do need to make sure that this is not under that section. So let's do collectible. And with this guy selected, let's go to render view now. And change this from wired to textured again. I'm going to select our plane at the top, and hopefully we can turn off it via camera. Diffuse, glossy, transmission. Oh, so it's turning it off on everything here. What is the way to not view the plane? I mean, I could just hide this plane so that way we don't have it anymore. Is that what I'm gonna have to do? Sure, it's cached. We don't need it. Problem solved. I'm sure there's a way to hide it, and I can't remember how to do it in the new version of Blender, because the old version of Blender, it actually was under these settings right here. There was like a checkbox that was like, oh, well, don't render the plane that's generating the particles. Okay. Let's go ahead and add in a sun, and then we can start going into texturing and shading, and then we can add in some dead bodies. The other thing, actually, you know what's funny? Let's not do that quite yet. Let's keep this here, just in case we actually change this ground at all. I want the arrows to be recached, so let's go ahead and keep that in there for the momentary. Did you hear about the SpongeBob movie leak? And I feel really bad for the animators and artists. Did the whole movie leak? I have not heard about this. Did this happen like this week or something? That's really unfortunate. I do feel bad for like animators in general when things get canceled or pushed or whatever. I have not heard about it. I think there is an option to hide the emitter. Yeah, there is an option. I just don't know where it is. Viewport display. You know, I could take a moment to like actually look for this. So under render, render as object, show emitter, uncheck emitter. There we go. Viewport display, display as rendered. Show emitter, hide emitter. Boom. Turns out there's a setting. Wow, that's really sad though that the whole movie got released. Although in a weird way, it's like for the artist. Does it make a huge difference for the artist whether or not it gets released? I guess maybe because they don't get their premieres and they don't get that aspect of it. That's rough. I know that like that's why it's always unfortunate whenever there's like certain films get pushed, especially animated films, because like there's just so many artists that work on it, or then they don't get pushed, they get rushed out, and then again, also very difficult on the artists. Artists aren't really respected as much, especially with the whole latest boom of like just like VFX in general is just not. I love the light behind this, the way it catches on. That's so freaking cool. We're gonna want a little more something like that where it actually hits. That's pretty cool, actually. Wish this had a little more fine-tuned control over the buttons here. Just add in like a 0.1. That's probably fine there. Wow, so the whole movie, is it like just on the internet right now or asking for a friend? I didn't even realize they were coming out with a new Spider-Man, or not Spider-Man, SpongeBob movie. So that's also kind of news to me. I mean, it just goes to show when you don't really follow that genre anymore. As much, I should say, as much. I'm just kind of creating like this back wall here so that way it doesn't feel like the sun's just going all the way through. I know the sun's up here anyways, but I just wanted to feel a little more... wait, so who took it down? How do they take it down? Because like that's the thing, right? Illegally streaming stuff, it's illegal streamed. Like if it got leaked, it got leaked. So it's like on like what? Like websites that have illegal streamings of movies? Like how do they take that down? Because obviously the people with those websites aren't taking it down. They're kind of down for it to be there. Illegal streaming is like this kind of really sad, unfortunate thing because it really actually screws a lot of independent artists. Well, at the same time, you can look at it positively and be like, well, you know what? At least their films are getting out there. But, you know, it really hurts filmmakers because when you have movies that are illegally streamed, it's like a benefit and a negative, right? You get like a lot of people to go watch a movie that may not have watched it in the first place. And so it kind of like promotes it that way. But then also in the same breath, it's like all those people that potentially would have watched it that are now watching it illegally, they're never going to pay for it. And so that really hurts the filmmakers. That's the thing. It got leaked even before the promotional phase. It was leaked on Twitter or X. Okay, wow. That's crazy. I did not know that they were making one. That's crazy. Films. I agree with that. I was about to go on a rant about PPV, LOL. PPV. What? Player person view. Personal programming victories. Problematic people variants. Potential person values. Potential person values. Okay, I'm going to go in now and let's add a modifier to this guy. I'm going to add in a subdivide surface first. Go ahead and move that up before the collision, kind of important. And let's go, and we're just going to duplicate, or not duplicate, but just add in some more vertices, because earlier we created like this really roughed out version of what everything was going to look like. But we're just going to need to add in a little bit more detail now. So adding in this subdivide surface here is really important. Pay-per-view. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. So wait, you're gonna go on a rant about people that don't want to use pay-per-view, or don't use pay-per-view, or that use pay-per-view but then like use it illegally, because there are illegal streaming of pay-per-views. Now I'm just going to use a cloud material. I think that's probably going to give us the best results that we're looking for. Let's go ahead and scale this all up to something like that's probably good. And then we're just going to go into our strength of this guy and then change it to oh my gosh, to 0.1, not PPV, to 0.1. This is going to give us this rougher landscape that we're looking for, that we needed earlier, that we didn't have. So now we're going to shade smooth that. That should look pretty sweet, pretty nice. But now we'll notice that some of the arrows are kind of floating. And so we're going to have to actually recache our instance over here. So we can go ahead and delete our bake. And if we delete our bake, then it's going to replace all of our arrows. Let's actually go back to 0 here. And we're just going to kind of cache that whole thing. Hit the bake button. And so now if we go to our 44 view, that should be good. This guy right here is visible, but we could just hide him because he's not going to be rendered. So he's not floating. But everything else kind of lines up on the ground now. We may want to fix our arrow though. So let's re-add that guy. I'm going to say ooh. Can we subdivide smooth this easily? If I make it zone selection first, we can always just add a subdivide surface to it. So let's do that. And kind of flatten the top up here. Kind of just extrude that a little bit. And now we got this bottom bit over here. We just select this whole area. We're just going to kind of like sharpen this out a little bit. It's really annoying that I can't. Isometric spheres, dude. I guess arrows themselves aren't necessarily that smooth or sharp, right? I guess it kind of depends. And change this over here to clouds again. Ooh, marble maybe. That might be nice. Crease the edges. Yes, you're right. Crease the edges. Let's go back and do that. That's a good idea. I was trying to extrude it. Just select these edges here, and then you just right click and hit crease, right? Those are seams that I was thinking of. I think it's Shift E. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Shift E works. It doesn't create like the sharp tip though. So if we actually, yeah, I like that. Let's do this over here as well. Shift E, one of my new favorite tools, guys. That looked pretty sweet, actually. I like that. So let's take this and then let's add a subdivide surface on it. Looks good. Shade smooth that bad boy. Great, we got an arrowhead. Now we're going to add a modifier. Let's search for a displace effect, hit new material, and change this over here to clouds. That's probably fine as default because we're going to just change this to 0.1. Maybe 0.3. Hell yeah, that looks good. So that's just going to add a little bit of roughness, and that should be good again. So we're going to add in a subdivide surface on top of all of that. And now we're going to get this nice rocky kind of like effect for this. Great, so that's finished. Apply all of your changes that you've made, and then let's go ahead and rejoin that to our arrows, and I'll re-add all of that into it. You'll need to increase the other two of the tip because it's... Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. In our particular case, I think this actually comes out really nicely. Arrowheads, honestly, were... We can also do it this way. Maybe not that sharp. I feel like that's a little too sharp. Okay, fantastic. Let's hide our prefabs that we have here. And now we've got some sharp arrows kind of like broken in to the actual ground. I think it also might be fun. See, we got all these arrows. Do we want broken arrows? Well, I guess we'll want some spears and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and add some of that in here as well. We have this ground that we added. I'm thinking also we'll want to have some grass, some dead grass for sure. And then obviously some blood in different locations as well. So with the blood, let's go ahead and just add in a plane. Just kind of lower that a little bit. We're going to scale it up. It's just an easy way of adding in kind of like blood is just having a plane below everything else. And then we're just going to call this blood. Let's see, I'm going to open up our shader editor now over in a window so that way we can make some adjustments to this stuff as we're going along. And we're going to use our principled BSDF to kind of create our blood-like material. So firstly, let's find ourselves like a nice red, something like that. Cool. So with that being said, we're going to add in, let's see. Trying to remember. Everything is like in a different place now. Holy cow. Everything looks so different. I know. Crazy stuff here. With our roughness, let's change this to be 0. Let's see, for our... We need our subsurface to be a little higher. Why is that hidden? I don't understand why that's hidden. Let's try like something like that. And then our subsurface color, where's that guy at now? Where is our where is everything? That's super strange. Well, we'll try to make it work. I can't remember. Subsurface, where is the color? Well, I'll admit, guys, I'm not exactly sure all the settings for this new whole thing, man. It's kind of crazy. I'm gonna have to use a knife tool or something, so let's do that real quick. Do the knife tool for over here. And now if we go ahead and delete just this vertice over here. Perfect. They removed it with the principal BSDF rewrite. You control it with the combination of radius and scale now. Okay, what does that mean? What does scale do? How do, like, I'm so confused. So scale and radius. Oh, I'm scared, guys. I'm scared. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I'm using a version of a software that I don't know. I don't like this. What if I wanted a specific color for the subsurface? Is that under here? Input used for connected, like... So wait, no, that's emission. So subsurface. I'm so confused. Let's see. What's an easy way for me to do this then? Because I actually, off the top of my head, don't know how to use this then. That's crazy. Well, this makes me really sad, actually. I'm gonna move this up real quick. Let's see. Just kind of smooth out these edges here. I'm as lost as a newborn baby. It's fine. We can fix this in post. I don't even know how to make it make sense. Bro, I'm like so confused. I'm like lost. I've never been lost. Dude, I've been using Blender for over 10 years. I've never been lost before. Now I'm lost. I don't know what I'm doing anymore in this software. Oh my god. Okay, let's go to camera view here, and then we're gonna say radius is the RGB field though. But radius, what does that mean? Radius of what? Like the size of it? Oh wait. So does that mean radius is like red, green, blue? Scattering radius to use for subsurface component multiplied with scale. So it's multiplied against your scale. So your scale value is set to 0.05. So this value right here, 1, is RGB, which kind of makes sense if they're trying to, this is like using for skin, right? Well, this would be skin with IQR and entrop. They added both those things to it. So then if I set that to 0, red, and then we just max out green here, blue, and then we increase the amount of, nope, that's not it. You know what would be fun? Let's go read some forums, guys. Blender principled BSDF new subsurface scatter. Give me the answers. Okay, subsurface scattering is used to render materials such as skin, milk, wax, whatever. Light scatters below. Method, rendering the method. An approximation to physically based volume scattering. This method is less accurate than random. I don't care about accuracy. Weight. Blend between diffuse surface and subsurface scattering. Typically should be 0 or 1, either fully diffused or subsurfaced. Yep, from 0 to 1. And then radius. Average distance that light scatters below the surface. Higher radius gives a softer appearance as light bleeds into shadows through the object. The scattering distance is specified separately for the RGB channels to render materials such as skin, where red light scatters deeper. The X, Y, and Z values are mapped to RGB values respectively. Okay. And then scale applied to the radius. IOR, the index of refraction of the rays. Okay, fantastic. So if we go look at this real quick, we'll set this to like white, and we can really see what's happening here. Change the saturation to white. Our radius now for this light. I'm gonna do it this way. Sorry if this guys is boring to you, but I really kind of need to figure this out if we're going to be able to do this. We're going to go to shader editor. I didn't realize they changed this, and I didn't use any subsurface scattering last week. So here we are. Light. We're just going to add a generic light into our scene. That way we can kind of see what we're doing. I'm going to set this to render view and then set this to cycles real quick. And for our material, we have a default basic base shape. Let's set this to GPU real quick. And this is currently set to render view. Perfect. Subsurface. This is where we're going to set our weight to like 1. You can already kind of see it tinging there, so that's like the red value. So if I do green, interesting. So there's your green. If we move this up a little bit, you'll start to see the green kind of like tinging there. It's not boring. I'm just scratching my head right now. Yeah. So green, you can kind of see the green values going up there. You're also getting magenta because I think that's the... Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. So swap this back to random walk. And so then now if we do blue, you're going to start to get those blue tones on your subsurface right here. And then yellow, of course, is the opposite of that. And then red, you're going to get the blues all the way around, and then the red in the center. Interesting. Now, what I find very strange is, so now if I set this to like 60-60, yeah, I'm going to get red everywhere except for right here. Because this is the opposite. This is like basically a negative red value. Which this is kind of like dumb. It's like, now I have to do an extra step to get red values versus blue values. Because in order for me to get a blue value, I basically have to do a negative number. And you can't type in a oh, you can. I couldn't drag it. That's why I thought I couldn't type it in. Yeah, but negative numbers don't do anything. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, so positive numbers 0 to probably 255. Nope, 0 to 100. So you have 0 to 100 on RGB, red, green, blue. And the only way for you to really adjust it is, let's set this to like 100, 100. Oops, 100 and 100. Then that's going to get you your values there. So does it only affect their respective axes? What happens with the light falls off? It's blue. So the primary subsurface scattering color right now that I'm setting this to is... Well, see, that doesn't even make sense. Why is it that I'm setting 100 to green and blue, so then that sets it 0 to that? It should be blue. So the light on this is blue. Okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. So the shadow of the subsurface is red and the highlights are blue. Whereas if I set this to zeros and I set this to 100, it's putting the highlights as red and the shadows as blue. Hi, Blend, how's it going? I still don't understand. I think it has to do with like shadows and highlights is basically what's going on here. So... kind of makes sense, although in our particular instance that we have on our other scene, which did I close that? I guess I did. It's fine, I'll just go back to it. I already saved it. In our particular instance that we have, we're not in shadows, so we're in highlight, so we're going to want to make that as a negative number. Now what I'm curious about though is if we set this to like 0, so we have no subsurface scattering based off the radius because there's no color being transmitted to it whatsoever. And this is kind of just like a fleshy white color with the shadows being darker. So if like you're looking for more of like a waxy material, you kind of do that there. Now here's the dumb part. Do we really want, if we added like an RGB, this outputs like a color value, but if we put that into our radius, I don't think that works. It doesn't. So you can't even use this as like a quick slider for like a color that you would want. So are we inputting the results of what the refraction will do? Basically, because this is the scatter. So this is the subsurface. So we're basically, what we're inputting here. Oh, this is dumb, guys. This is really dumb. I don't like this at all. You know why I don't like this? Is because if we had a skin material, let's say I add a image texture and I go find an image real quick. Let's just find anything, honestly. These brown planks. Let's do that. So let's just say I had this diffuse and I was plugging this into my base color. Normally, if I wanted this diffuse to feel like it was skin, right, I would plug this guy into the subsurface scattering. And before I would do that, especially if I didn't have a subsurface like material, so like I wasn't using, I don't know, some kind of texturing software. Well, I would probably plug this into, let's say, a curves, an RGB curves, and then I would plug the color into that, and I would go view that real quick. And I would then take the red values of this and boost those insanely high, because I'm getting the bloody version of the skin, right? The organs, if you were to say, like, you know, like you're trying to create kind of like this effect. I'd probably decrease that. And so then now I just got like my red values. I would be able to take that then and then plug that into my radius, and I would actually have like a complicated material. If I go view that now, nothing's going to happen. Like, I don't think that really does anything for me. And I was able to use texture maps before to be able to get kind of the effect that I was going for. Whereas I can't do that anymore. Where's the scale? Can I multiply the scale? You know, interestingly, actually that works. So I think maybe you can do it this way. Does that work? Because I am getting reds on the highlight here and the blues over here for that. So are we inputting? Yeah. Does that works, right? That theoretically makes sense. Fantastic. So whatever color value you put here, let's put an RGB curve. No, not RGB curve. Let's put down RGB, just a typical RGB. And then we're going to put this as like default red, which is like RGB 100% red, 0 green, 0 blue. And if I plug that into my radius, or actually, let's test this out this way. So we have our radius set here, and we set this to 100. That's going to give me basically 100 set on red, which is strange because my scale's all the way up. Yeah, there we go. Our scale is smaller. So now 0.05 on the scale, we're going to have red on the center. And if I plug this into my radius, does that give me the same result? It does not. What the hell? Okay, so we somehow need to convert this RGB value here. We need to split it into some kind of math. Is that what we're going to have to do? Vector math? No. Is there a way to split? Converter, I need to split, combine XYZ. No, I don't know. RGB to BW, separate XYZ. I wish there was a way to be able to read this value. Scale is the multiplier variable. That's what it says here in the documentation. It says scale applied to the radius. Or no, it technically doesn't say that at all. And of course, they don't say in their documentation. Subsurface scattering is used to render materials such as skin, milk, wax. Yep, that's fine. Okay. Then they go down to specular. Maybe you have to increase the scale when plugging in the RGB. But what I was trying to figure out was, yeah, let's try that. I mean, I could increase the scale to like 100 there, right? Let's try this way. I'm going to duplicate this principled BSDF. Then I'm going to max out the scaling over here. Plug in this RGB to the radius down there. And so now I can swap between this guy and this guy. Oh, whoops. I need to be plugging this into the base color to get 1-for-1 results. They're pretty similar. This is pretty similar results. It's hard to tell, I'm sure, on the stream. But the values I'm getting are actually decently close to each other. Okay, so maxing out the scale Good ones. Thank you so much, Stunt, for that suggestion. Okay. So I have to, when you're plugging in the RGB into the scale, you have to multiply it by 10 instead of 0.05 in order for you to get the same result as 100 here. You know, that actually kind of makes sense. You know why? Because if I don't have 100 here and I only have 10 here. Whoa. Wait a second. So if I use a math node, one second, I got an idea. So wait, search for a math node. Because think about it. We're not setting this value to 1. If we were to set that value to 1, I have a feeling that this 10 and this 10 are exactly the same, right? Yes. Okay. We're on to something here. So scale the multiplier to the variable, separate the RGB. Okay, yeah. So this 10 right here against this 1, why does that make sense? Is this the same as... No. It's not a direct multiplication then. So it's 1 times 10 comes out to 100. This scale right here is 10. So they're doing some other math on top of it. But basically, this value right here is equal to 1 here. If I took a math node here and multiplied this by, let's take this value and then multiply it by 100, and then this was 0.05, I bet you that this right here is 100 and 0.05 are the exact same values. They are not. So multiplying doesn't work. Of course it doesn't make sense though. It wouldn't be multiplied. Yeah, because that's just making it white. Okay, so basically the math comes out to this has to be multiplied by 10. So this is how we've gotten the same result so far. So that's by 10. This is just 100 set to 0.05, which is the default value. So there you go. I guess that's how that works. So if you do want to use an RGB slider to pick your color, just multiply it by 10M down here. Can you actually make this larger than that? You can, but I don't actually think it does anything because it kind of maxes out here at 10. And I know that you can type in other numbers than what are here, but that's not doing anything. So you just have to have it by 10M, which is maxed out, and then you can change this color to be whatever you want. And I'm assuming that also means that we can take our kind of like brown material that we have here, and if we did an RGB curves on it, let's actually plug this not there, and then we plug this directly into our radius, and we want it to get our red value to be higher and then our green and blues to be lower, so that way we can kind of like create our like bloody skinny material. I bet you this will give us correct results as well. It's hard to really see if this is going to give correct results unless I open up another blender, which I suppose I could do. Let's do that. Why not? We're just experimenting here, guys. Let me know if this guy's boring, because we got to go back to our scene and finish that in a second. But I do find this fascinating that they changed this. I want to know why they changed it. Like, what was the thought behind why they changed it? Just put this over here. And just do a vertical split here. I'm going to kind of do the same thing we did over there. Our beautiful old principled BSDF. I miss you. Can I just copy these? Nope, of course can't. Why would we be able to do that between versions, right? So I'm gonna add in an image texture, and then we'll just find that same image. Live stream, our previous live stream. And what was this one called? Brown planks. Cool. And then for our base color, I bet you I couldn't even post the, let's do RGB curves. Yeah, I just want to understand it too, man. Why would they change this on us? Okay, let's do this. Paste that. So a lot of manual copy pasting work here. Because of course that you can't copy paste freaking nodes between versions. Why would that make sense, huh? I mean, in a way it kind of makes sense, but they should be able to convert it somehow. Okay, fantastic. So that's good. Let's delete this, and then we're just going to add in a sun. These are going to give us different results anyways because the circumstances aren't the same. So, but, you know, we'll do our best here. So right now we kind of have our cube set up. This is our red fleshy tone values that we're going to plug into the color here. And if we go view this as typical, well, that's certainly not correct. Oh, that's because I did that wrong. That's hilarious. Pay no attention to my fallacies here. Whoopsies. Is there a way to delete this? How do I delete this? I know in like Nuke you could just click whatever. I'll just try to center it as much as possible. Need to paste that and copy this as well. Some 4.0 changes are so confusing. It's actually really fascinating to learn. Yeah, I mean, it's weird that they have changed so much. Okay, so yeah, there we go. That gives us the same result right there. Fantastic. So now if we go view our principled BSDF, we're going to plug this guy into our subsurface color, which is right there. Color to color. Now let's go back to this. We're going to view our principled BSDF that has our color to it. Theoretically, we need the subsurface weight to be set to 1. Oh, geez. Oh, hold on. We're on Eevee cycles. It's completely different, dude. It like doesn't even look the same. It's adding in this highlight now. It just looks so much better. No! Why? Why did they have to do us like that? Why did they have to do us like that? I'm not a fan. I'm really not. So, the value that we have over here, how would we even get it to be that red? Because that's making your skin more translucent on the outside, so you're seeing more of the underskin portion of it. Is that the... it's not fascinating when you're using vector channels for RGB. Are we going back to... That's a fact, okay? I think it has to do with the IQR. Guys, I am lost. Why did they make this more complicated? I can't even get it close to the same result. I'm not even sure what I'm doing anymore with my life. What the hell is this? Okay, so version on the right here is this just set to maxed out. Let's just set it to maxed out 1. And oh, interesting. 1.2.1. So they had radius back here. They have radius. So basically what they did was, guys, they didn't add the radius. They didn't add vectors. They removed the color option. That's what they did. They removed the color option on the new version of Blender. I'm just like I'm just so annoyed right now. I'm like broken. Okay. You know what? Join the Discord, guys. Let's complain about this together. Links in the description. I'm a broken man. I really don't like that change. Oh my god, I don't like that change. I hate it so much, it's actually ridiculous. That like peeves me to no end. Okay. That's really... I don't know how I feel about this. It actually, you know what it makes me want to do is not stay in this version of Blender. I kind of want to not use this version of Blender right now. It's so aggravating. I'm going to use an ambient occlusion here as I kind of mask. We can, I'm going to be using a color ramp on top of it. Let's just change the subject because I'm not happy right now. We're going to use a color ramp on top of it to kind of create a crunchier effect, but essentially this arrow that's sticking out of the ground there, I want to create a mask of that section. So we can do that real quick by adding in, you know, this black value, and then as we're increasing it, you'll kind of see that it's creating that effect there. And that's exactly what we're looking for. So let's just keep increasing that a little bit. And what we'll do is for this principled BSDF that we have here, we have our roughness currently set to 0. We can actually now take this color ramp value and plug that into our roughness, and so that way now it's pretty rough everywhere except for where that arrow is going to be. It's theoretically what we're going to try to do. So let's increase this value as well. I think I might need to invert that. I don't know why that's backwards. Yeah, it's a little better. Okay. And also we're going to create a little bit of ripples. So let's do a wave texture in our ground here. Maybe not a wave texture. Let's do a noise texture. It's like just joined, but if you're struggling with the new principled BSDF, SSS subsurface scatter combined with a mix shader node might help. Wait, what? Let me read that again. With a subsurface shader combined. What? You can do that? Why do they have their own subsurface scattering node? When was that in it? Is this a thing? Yes, I am having issues with the new principled BSDF. Thank you for this suggestion. That's a great suggestion. So, 1 second. Hold the phone. When did they add this node? I don't remember this node. This isn't a node that existed before. I feel like this is brand new. I am very confused. So, why are we having new nodes? Why are we changing? If it ain't fixed, don't break it. It wasn't broken before, guys. It really wasn't. I don't feel like it was anyways. Was I the only one that liked it? So you're saying use this and plus like an add shader or a mix shader? Because If I do a mix shader, I'll need some kind of factor, right? What would the factor be? Or is it just going to be a 50-50 split on this? I feel like it would be an add shader. We add these two together. This is giving us more of a desired result that we were looking for earlier. Thank you for this suggestion. It isn't new. I used in 3.4 for multi-layer subsurface scattering. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, let me figure out how to use this. The mix factor is the subsurface scattering strength. Wait, the subsurface scattering strength? So am I getting like object info? Where do I find the subsurface scattering strength? It's not texture coordinates. Where am I getting the SSS strength? Subsurface scattering strength is... Oh, the amount of subsurface scattering that you want. I get what you're saying. Okay, yes. And the subsurface radius is the radius. The strength is to multiply for the radius, I think. Okay, so if you use a mix shader, so the factor, so this is the BSDF shader plus that, and then we view that on top of it. And then just came knowledge we didn't know the appreciate. I'm sorry, this phone's too far away. I can't read it for whatever reason. You just came bearing knowledge we didn't know and appreciate it. Yes, thank you for thank you so much for your information that we've been complaining about for the last like 20 minutes. So this controls the amount of subsurface scattering that you basically want on your image. That's really cool. Okay, great. So now let's not make a shit looking material. I'll probably go with something a little bit darker, something like that. And let's see, we're gonna want to add rocks in there and crap like that. So as far as blood is concerned, that might work. I want it to be a little more translucent though, if I can, so that way we can see through on the ground. So let's see. Where's the alpha at? Do I necessarily want to change the alpha on this? And then our ground material that we have here, let's go to Botanic and then go to Scattering real quick. I'm going to apply all transforms on this. I'm sorry, Control Z that. Please forgive me for offending you. Oh, great. Oh, great one. Let's add in some grass. Oh, before we do that, actually, we're not going to want this everywhere. So let's go back to our 3D viewport over here and then change this to our normals. We want to go to select this guy and then change this to our weight paint. Oops. And select all of the areas that we're going to want to have grass. The other thing we're going to want to do is, because I want to have weeds in like specific areas and then have the grass in other areas, let's create kind of like our grass group first. So if we just double click this group, we can actually just rename it. And in a general sense, I'm thinking that we're going to add in kind of some grass here, kind of like all around this pond area. And then yeah, over there is fine as well. And that's going to kind of be some rocks, so we'll get to that. It's 1 a.m., so sorry for the sensor mess. No, it's all fine. All good. I need to set this closer so my poor eyeballs can read it. I'm getting tired myself. Kind of just, I think that's good for the grass. So let's add in a new vertex group, and we'll call this one weeds. And we'll go ahead and place them here. probably there is fine. And probably right here as well. Just kind of adding in some variation. We don't want weeds everywhere. Cool. So now we go back to object mode, save, and let's go ahead and add in some grass. So if we go to our botanic settings now, we may not want to be in render view as we do this and kill our computer. Let's go ahead and add in a scatter. And let's add in some nice, beautiful grass. I feel like Bob Ross, you know? Nice, beautiful grass. And of course, since it's a castle, it's in Europe because we don't have castles here in America. So, let's try this guy. Please don't kill my computer. It didn't kill my computer. Thank you for not killing my computer. With that being said, though, we're going to want to apply it only to like a specific group. So we'll change the density now to the grass section. And that should be good. That's pretty cool. I think even the length might be fine. But yeah, the length should be fine. Let's go ahead and add in a new scatter option here. This time we're not going to select grass. We're going to select something like weeds. And let's go ahead and apply that. And I think I just bit my lip. That's pretty crazy. Let's go ahead and change the density of this to weeds now. And we're going to change the scaling of this because I want it to be much larger. And go ahead and save that. Good time to ask, hey guys, please hit the subscribe button if you're liking the video. We do these live streams once a week and we create new images every single week. And if you want, also join the Discord. Make some suggestions on what images that we will make in the future renders. I think next week we're probably going to be doing a Lord of the Rings themed one. Someone recommended doing Shadow of Mordor. So we will be working on that next week if we finish this one in time, which we spent a lot of time today trying to figure out what the subsurface scattering node was. So hopefully we do finish this off. I have a couple more hours, so I'm sure we will. But let's do a quick water break on this, as we about to crash the computer when we hit the render view. Okay, fantastic. And we're gonna probably want some different ground material than what we currently have in there. This is pretty cool. We do need bodies though laying on the ground. I don't think we can have this as is. We need to have some bodies. Oops, Alt A. This is feeling very patchy in areas. I'm going to probably say on top of our swamp material, if we go back into here, we're going to want to have the length be adjusted by weeds as well. So that way it kind of like fades in and fades out as the it gets darker color. So that way it doesn't feel so abrupt on our edges. And that's still not great, but we can fix that. These are things that can be fixed. So let's go to solid view here, and we're gonna go into our weight paint again. And we have weeds selected, so that should be good. So we're gonna go to weight paint. And we're gonna change this from draw to subtract. And we're gonna change the weight to something a little bit smaller, because we kind of want to have a little bit more of a fade in. Just to add a little bit of texture and a little bit of realism to this. So definitely over here, it's like a big glob. It's almost like we literally just pasted like a island of grass. So let's just change this weight to be a little bit higher. go ahead and hit that save button, save, and go ahead and look at that in render view. Let's see what we got now. I wish I could use human gen in this version of Blender. That's what I really wish. Which I don't think we have. Blender Market. Yeah, of course it goes to X muscles. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look into that later. This sandy material is not really working for me for the ground over here. So let's make some adjustments to that. I'm also gonna not be viewing that background as we're working on this. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna hide our grass so that way we get a little bit faster playback inside of our viewport. So just by disabling that. And honestly, I think that blood works for us. I mean, it's nothing fancy. It's nothing really that special. The other thing that I've noticed is the arrow under our prefab. I'm not a fan of the rocky kind of material that we have. So let's go ahead and download a texture for that. Let's see. Let's go over here and go to Texture Haven. Textures. Links in the description if you guys need this. We're going to just go find some mud. That's really what we're looking for. Brown mud. Yeah. That's sloshy. Let's go ahead and download this. Let's get another type of mud because I don't only want one. So wait, what did I just download? Brown 3. Yeah, that's good. That's brown mud dry. Kind of want the combination. So let's see, let's go for something that's a little more different. Why is it doing that for me? Yeah, let's do rocks. I like this. Let's do rocks. So we'll hit download. We'll save that as well. And let's unzip both these guys. So we can use like a Musgrave texture to like go between the two different textures that we're about to do. So that's brown mud rock. We got brown mud right here. So we'll go ahead and unzip, extract. And let's see. We have our ground. And honestly, just, well, we don't need to delete it. We just create new material. Then remove that one. Hit new material here, and then let's add in our texture that we got, our first one that we got. So if we go to our VFX material, we'll just add in like regular brown mud. Just select everything and add it in. Fantastic. And it's not correct. Oof. It's gonna be a little rough, but it's okay, we can get it done. All right, now let's just go into our mapping section over here and then just change this to something like value. And if we multiply it by like 30 for our value into our scale, that should just shrink our texture quite a bit. It's pretty close to what we want. Let's see. 50 is definitely a lot better. Perfect. Okay. Let's duplicate this principal BSDF and just move it down now. We're just going to view this guy over here. We'll just uncheck this displacement. We're going to kind of do the same thing we just did. So go ahead and just move this guy all the way down. And let's add in our other texture. So not brown mud 3, but brown mud with rocks. Select all of our textures. Perfect. I just didn't want it intersecting, so we could just move this up now. But now we're going to have 2 different materials, and definitely needs to have the same value. Oops. Let's add in a value over here. That's fine. I don't know enough about I know in Nuke it's like if you want something out of it, you just shake it and then it like removes it from the backdrop, but I don't know how to do that in Blender, so. Okay, so that's about right for our rocks that we have here, and we can even change some of the settings here for like our normals. We can actually multiply that so that way they're a little bit more pronounced on our rocks. That's pretty good. So now we've got these 2 principled BSDF textures. Let's actually add in like a Musgrave. Just go view this. We can adjust the scaling on this. I think something like that might be nice. That way we've got like one big section, another big section. And if we add in a color ramp, we can just make this a little contrastier. Not too contrasty, but we're going to want to have more defined lines. All right, Blender really got to fix their color ramp issues here. I feel like I'm always having issues with this computer running color ramp on it. And now if we do a mix shader node, should be able to mix between these 2 shaders here. And we'll use this value right here as our FAC. And so now we'll have mud, and then we'll have kind of like this hard rock in different sections. So that way it's creating it to be a little bit more patchy. Alt-P to remove it from the background. Alt-P to remove it from the background. But I also started to shake my, oh, okay. Shake your nose after spending more time in Houdini. Yeah, Houdini and Nuke, it's like, I always just grab it and I go like this, and then nothing happens. And then in Nuke, if you press Shift X, it actually swaps your values. So like if I had these 2 values here, if I press Shift X, it would swap these 2 values, invert them. And so that way you can like see which ones you really wanted to go with before you went with your values. I find that incredibly useful, and I wish that was more of a default thing. What? Is there no mud roughness? Specular. Interesting. So specularity, I think, if I remember correctly, is just the invert of roughness. So we can actually probably just use this inside of our roughness, right? Yeah. And then we got our drier areas over there. Actually, no. What the hell? Okay, that'll give us better results. With our mud looks a little more dynamic and kind of has everyone fit in there. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and hit the save button there. The other thing we could do is, this might actually be interesting. With our blood, let's go into our modifiers here. Did we cache our arrows? We did, yeah. That's actually perfectly fine. Let's go ahead and select our plane that we have for our blood. This doesn't need to be under that collection. Let's put it under the main collection. And let's go ahead and add in a new modifier, dynamic paint. And if we go to our physics here, that's canvas, we'll add it as a canvas option and change it from paint to waves. And then if we select our ground, we can actually go in here as well and add in a dynamic paint option. And we're going to use this as a brush. Just add a brush. Perfectly fine. And then our arrows that we have selected as well. Let's go ahead and select that. Oops. Sorry about that. Yes, our arrows are selected. Dynamic paint. Brush. Add brush. That should work. Fantastic. Let's turn this to solid view here and then select our blood real quick and add in a subdivide surface to it. Which we could actually also just go into edit mode here. And, ooh, that's right, because we use the knife tool, so now everything's kind of screwed up. Yeah, that's fine. Let's delete the faces, so that way we don't have this issue. And fix this. This is why, guys, you need to have proper topology when you're working on stuff. So that way we don't have this issue. And this is still not proper topology, so do not look at me for proper topology tips. I will not have great tips for you. But now we can subdivide this, and that way we can have our ripples that we want to have in our scene. So let's go ahead and hit the save button there, and let's do Alt-H for everything, and then we're going to kind of just hit the play button. I've never actually used particles with dynamic paint, so this will be a little bit of trial and error here. Because it's certainly not working, I'll tell you that right now. Add in a subdivide surface and move that up real quick. Does arrows count? All right, well, that's not working. So I'm not going to keep hitting the button hoping it will work. Let's turn off dynamic paint because we don't need that. I'm not even going to waste my time trying to figure this out right now because there are other ways to do this. So I'm just turning off dynamic paint, and let's see, make sure it's not in the modifiers as well. Fantastic. I'm going to apply our subdivide surface that we have here. And if we go into our sculpt mode, we can just add in our ripples manually. So I don't even need that. I don't need you, dynamic paint. Don't worry about that. Also, I don't want to mirror this, please. Why is it mirroring? Is that mirroring or what is this? Change the strength of this to be like much lower. We're not going to see that actually anyways. We're just trying to add in some ripples. And try to add that in as naturally as possible. Fantastic. Let's go out of that. Firstly, we're going to shade everything smooth. And then use the wave for ripple. I did. Oh, is there a wave sculpting tool? Because I mean, I could also just use the layering tool, and that worked perfectly too. So I try to use dynamic paint, but the that might have been a little too much right there. I need to smooth that out a little bit. Go to sculpt mode real quick. We'll smooth it just ever so slightly, not too much. Yeah, I tried using dynamic paint, but I wasn't getting the result that I needed. So I just decided to manually sculpt it because this is a still image and we don't need it to have our fancy ripples. Okay, Blender doesn't need that. You know, we don't need that. The wave modifier? I mean, we could, but I kind of wanted it to feel like the arrow was the one that was kind of like sending the ripples off, and you can't do that with the wave modifier. At least not to my knowledge. But that actually might be good overall, though, to have. So let's do that. I actually used it the other day for a bathtub scene. Oh, sorry. Let's see, the width, whoa. Yeah, you can use the circular wave. Interesting. I'll be honest, I don't do too much of the wave modifier for this. And actually, I wasn't even talking about the wave. I was talking about the ocean, because you can use the ocean modifier to get like mini ripples as well. Interesting. So let's see, actually, let me screw around with this, because I actually have not messed around with the wave modifier all that much. So the start position can be like, oh, that's cool. Okay, I like this. Let's add in an empty. Let's add in a regular empty. What are we doing here? Okay, plain axis empty. And then now if we select the blood area, and then we say select object empty. Oh. Interesting. Okay. So then time texture, let's see, fall off. Cyclic, no. Vertex group, start position. I'm fine with all that. Motion XY, height. What I really need, okay, let's just boost this height up a lot because I want to see what all these different settings do. It just seems to be making like one big thing. Is there a way to make it so it seems like ripples? I mean, it looks better, but it's not that much better. And just play with the wave effect and bake it. Yeah, you can use circular wave. Okay. Oh wait, you can even add a texture to it. That's pretty cool. Just change this to like a cloud texture or something like that. Up the scaling of it, I suppose. Yeah, there we go. Oh, sweet. Okay, yeah, so that kind of gives it like those ripples. That's perfect, actually. Yeah. Good call, good call. And then yeah, use the time effect. Let's see, offset, life. Let's have just a little bit. That's pretty good. I like that. Yeah, you can also make the ripple procedurally. Use the empty for the object input in the blood texture coordinates, object output into the vector math distance, math multiply this. Okay. Interesting. Also, I'm sure there's a way to do it inside of what's it called? Node, whatever. What was that freaking thing called? Geometry nodes. Yeah, there we go. Hell yeah. Okay, fantastic. So we are on the right path. We just kind of need to finish everything else. Let's try this. Let's go ahead and add in a dude. It's gonna yell at me, but let's do it. I don't know. Poor Enzo, I feel like he just died, so we'll do that. We're not gonna get the hair though, damn it. Okay, fine. And we'll just rotate that down 90 degrees negatively. I didn't realize how big these arrows were, because I think my whole scene scaling is like really skewed. Damn. Okay. I didn't realize how bad my scaling was. Let's try this. So our dude is this size, because that was the size that we set up for the thing over there. Now let's go to our arrows and adjust the scaling of that to not be these massive arrows that we have. I should have done this earlier. I don't know why I didn't look at all to see how large these things were. Let's see. Let's go to the scaling option here. We're just gonna scale those guys down to a normal human-sized arrow. Should be good. Okay, fantastic. And then let's also boost the number of these guys to be something like 800. And then we will adjust this amount of blood here in a second, because this is now a ridiculous amount of blood. Yeah, we'll adjust this in a second. So let's move all that down real quick. And then let's go to our... actually, we kind of need to do this right now. Yeah, guys, don't do this later when you're trying to... Don't adjust the scale of your entire scene later. But also don't do it in the beginning when you're supposed to, you know? Always have freaking... this all like... Okay, there we go. That should work. Okay, so now if I go into this, I can go into sculpt mode real quick. And we can inflate little tiny sections here. Actually, easier would be grab. Let's do that. Because this feels like now a ridiculous amount of blood, and we don't want ridiculous, okay? We want sad. That's what we want. Poor Enzo doesn't have that much blood in him. All right, great. Now let's go back to object mode here, and then let's go ahead and just save that. Let's rotate this negative 90 degrees because we want him laying in the ground. Do we want him farther away or closer? I'm thinking something like there should be cool. He also doesn't have any clothes on. The unfortunity of having a plugin that doesn't work in Blender 4.0 yet. think also just kind of like have this rotated down. I'm gonna look at your option that you had said. Is it Hasselhoff? Hasselhoff. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. But I will look at your option afterwards, just in more in depth. It's a little hard for me to read it right now and then experiment on that. Also, would be very interested if you could, or hey, maybe Vin, you could even do it because I know you're on the Discord. If you do end up putting figuring that out, go ahead and send it to me on Discord. Love to see it. Also, Discord link in description, so if you guys want to join the Discord group, and that'll be awesome. That's actually where I'll be posting this photo first when it's done, once this nude guy is done. Okay, great. Is it a problem that he's nude? I don't think it is, because I feel like the other thing is they took his clothes off. It's the spoils of war, right? They stole his armor, and now he doesn't have any armor anymore. And that's basically what happened to him. I'm gonna just we're gonna fly with it, because the truth is I don't have I'm not gonna model clothes myself, and this plugin currently doesn't allow me to do that. But fun little thing we could do is add in a Musgrave texture. And let's go view that real quick. Change the scaling of this to be a little higher. And then change this from generated. Let's see, object should work fine for us. So if we scale this to be really high, like pretty small, like that. And then we duplicate this for another Musgrave texture, and then we just view that. We'll plug it into the same amount of vector there. We'll scale this to be a lot larger. If we then use a color ramp, and decrease the amount that it's being used, and then contrast that. We can use a mix color here. It says, let's see, you can try the strength of the failed to the last one. Okay, you guys are talking. You know what? Just add a medieval helmet from the Blender kit closer to camp. But I don't have Blender kit on Blender 4.0. I don't have the on Blender kit. So I could go to Blender Kit's website and just download it directly from Blender Kit, I suppose. There's also, what is it? It used to be called TF3DM, I think, which is now 3D models for free. And then you just search for helmet here. You just do it this way. Helmet. Is it, what would it be called? Armor? Like an armor helmet. Oh, and the most important thing when you're searching for stuff is, where is it? There's a free option, or is there not? Is that only CG Trader that does that? Oh, man. We're not putting a Viking helmet in there. I could just put a breastplate. That's what I'll do. It's just a breastplate, guys. He doesn't have anything else on. It's the clan of the no pants. That's basically what it is. We just put the breastplate in and nothing else. He doesn't have clothing. Or we could just put a shield as if he has a shield on his arm. You could vary... okay, let's do this. Let's download this guy. Hopefully don't get a virus. Hey, is this a feature yet? Can I, what I'd love is this thing. Can I drag and drop? Nope, can't do that because that would be too cool. Before we add in the shield though, let's finish our blood texture that we have going on here. So I have this kind of thing right here. We'll just plug that into our FAC. And if we go view this now, oops, I need to invert these. And then have this only here. So now we're only gonna have these sections like that, is essentially what we want. And so now we can go in and we can add a new principled BSDF. You know what would be cool is if they didn't force us to freaking use the new principled BSDF. So like Nuke, when they came out with their whole new 3D pipeline, they still have all the old 3D stuff in there that you can use whenever you want. It's just called Classic. It's not deprecated, it's not gone. It's just, you know, they are only updating the new versions. I wish they would do that with Blender. Why do they have to just get rid of? Oops, need to swap these guys. And let's see, let's go view this real quick. It's about what I want. I need maybe a little less black, more white contrast here. And I think so, the power scales, I'm gonna have to read all that later. Okay, and that adds blood, but not as much as I really want. So like, honestly, probably just plug this directly into the FAC. Probably would be better if we were closer to it. Just see. And then we'll turn the roughness all the way down on that. So that way we've got like all this kind of like blood right there. And let's just make that a lot darker. That's pretty cool. I like that. We're not going to see most of it because the grass is going to be on. And we can actually turn that grass on right now just to see what it's going to look like. Oh, I will also add in the, well, we'll turn on the grass first. So select the ground, and then let's go ahead and just turn this on, see how buried he's going to be inside of this grass. And since we're at it, we got this shield. Do they have a spear? I mean, I could just make one. Spears are easy. Shields are also probably easy. I probably could have done both. I like this one, but it's not free, and I'm not going to buy anything. I'm not going to buy anything for a live stream I'm not making money on. That's pretty cool, but it's like not realistic. So let's go ahead and just make ourselves a spear. I have to fix a lot in the color grading here. Let's go ahead and turn off the grass again just so we can kind of see what we're doing. And add in a cylinder. And let's try this. Let's select everything and just subdivide a few times. And inside of here, go and add in a displacement map. And change this to something like cloud. This is just to give us, you know, a little bit more of a material to work with. And if we change the strength on this, and then we go back to our texture and change the scaling on it to be much larger. Perfect. this very visible. I think something like that would be okay. We're not really seeing it again, so, you know. Use that snow feature. You can paint on snow, can't you? I wish I had that liquid modifier, or not modifier, but add-on. There's this liquid add-on that's pretty cool on Blender Marketplace. It allows you to kind of just paint everything onto your thing. Let's scale that up right there. I think that's fine. Let's use a multi-res now. I think that might work just fine for us. So if we now select that and then we just add in a subdivide surface on top of everything, we'll just shade smooth it. That'll kind of be like our blood down the side of his body that we definitely won't see because the grass will be too high, but we'll have it nonetheless. So let's go ahead and select our blood, and should be pretty good. Okay, great. Scale that. No, the tribe doesn't wear clothes. That's the this is the tribe that doesn't have clothing. They just like totally left this dude by himself, you know? Oh man. And then we do have that shield though, so what we can do is also import that. I think it's an OBJ. Ooh, that's big. It's a big boy shield. It's bigger than him. And that's the thing. If only he had a shield that wasn't bigger than him, he may have been okay. Okay, well, it would be on this side of his arm, so I have to do it this way. Yeah, this warring nation, their biggest fault was that they don't wear clothing when they go into battle. So, like, I'm just creating the story behind here. Like, you don't have to argue with me about it. It's, you know, I wouldn't say that it was necessarily smart for them to do this, but, you know, this country, they go into battles without wearing anything other than a shield. That's basically it. Poor guy. Should have been part of the other country, because they wouldn't have done it like that. I will say this buck shield here though. Let's go ahead and select that material. Where is it? There it is. Let's go ahead and add in our blood kind of color. So let's go ahead and principled BSDF, something probably pretty dark. And then we're going to add in a Musgrave texture. I'm going to just view here. That's probably fine. And if we use a color ramp on top of this, adds in a little bit of much needed texturing. We can just use a mix shader now. Plug that into the FAC, and then of course drop both those in. Okay, great. And let's go ahead and just brighten that up a little bit and just make that dark red. Increase the scaling of it, maybe. Probably something closer to that. Oh, decrease the roughness is what I was trying to do. And then, let's see. This full white, can we not make it like, yeah, there we go. That way it's more of like a stain on top of it, because we don't really want it to be completely different. Oh, that's pretty nice. I like that. That just adds a little bit of extra to it, you know? That works pretty nicely. We don't have arrows in the scene. Is that because what happened? There they are. Oh, that's right. That's what happened. Okay, I was confused for a second. Okay, we have our prefabs. Let's see, let's grab our plane that we have. We need is it Alt-H that we're gonna need to do here? Where's our, oh, it's right up there. Okay, fantastic. We're gonna need to delete the cache that we have. Oh, fantastic. And then we gotta bake it, and that should be good because we have now a smaller arrows and we have them, more of them. Where are they, actually? Where are my arrows? There is not enough of them, I'll tell you that right now. They're also not close enough to the camera. Oh yeah, I guess they are. I need more. More arrows! Delete the bake. And let's see, 800. That's not enough. We need 3,000 arrows. They got bombarded with arrows. This ain't no small feat. Yes! That's probably more realistic too. Oh yeah, okay. Then we hit the bake button. Voila. It's done. Now do we see those? Oh, totally. That totally worked. Fantastic. Is that enough arrows? Do you think there should be more? What do you guys think? They're gonna be a little hard to see with all the grass too. I guess it really depends on, with the grass, how hard it is to see those arrows. So let's go turn that on. Honestly, we don't have that much grass. I do think that we'll need... Yeah, more arrows. Gotcha. Okay, so it's not just me. I was like, there's just not enough, man. There needs to be way more. So let's go ahead and have that selected there. It's going to be hidden weeds. Yeah. I mean, a good amount of them are. I mean, you can also still see some, but I do want it to feel like a crap ton. So 3,000 is not enough. We need something like 10,000. 10,000 arrows. Oh my god. And this is where I wish I saved. It's still working. But Life is very scary right now. And we live on the edge out here, okay? We live on the edge. Oh my god, it's so many arrows. Holy crap. That's good. I like that. That's a good amount of arrows. There's so many of them. We have so many arrows. All right, bake that bad boy. I'm really not a fan of our blood. We have so much of it right now, and I don't like it. Let's make sure we're on the correct frame, because I have a feeling that, like, the amount of blood, yeah, it does. Changes depending on which frame you're on. Okay. That's good-ish. Let's darken this blood, though, a little bit more, and I think we'll be golden with that, and then we can texture the castle. Because right now it is not textured enough. Let's see. I'm just kind of screwing around with this. This isn't what I want, so, you know. Do we increase the amount of metallic? It's not exactly what I'm looking for. Just trying to figure this out. How about less specularity? What the hell? They certainly changed everything, dude. I'm not gonna lie, not a huge fan personally right now of this. Yeah. I just can't get it to look like what I want it to look like. I need this to be turned off for right now, and then we could just work on this blood. This is not giving me the results I want. Let's go ahead and select this blood. If I duplicate it, turn off the wave feature because we don't need that. I'm gonna try to select, what is our material for our ground called? And then if we add kind of like a displacement on this, we can have it bump up a little bit above the blood maybe. That's kind of what I'm thinking here. So let's see, let's grab that guy here. And then we add in a displacement below everything. Wow, this is slow. New displacement. And let's go ahead and add in a new material, and we'll change that to cloud. Let's change the scaling of this to be much smaller. Yeah, should be good. And then we'll change the strength of it to be, again, much smaller. And honestly, even the scaling over here could be a little bit smaller. And then this scaling here, let's try to bump that up a little bit. Do smart UV unwrap on this. That's funny. Okay, so I'm gonna have to just duplicate this material here and then change the value overall of everything. Probably half the size, maybe even smaller than half the size. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Yeah, 10's probably good. And then overall, we just bring that up a little bit. Yeah, that's better. Okay, because now it's not drawing our eye as much to those specific sections because that's all just kind of like more like dampy muddy. What happened to the blood? Was on a bathroom break. Oh, it's right here. I'm just lessening the amount of it. It's just too much. Because like that is kind of like, if I do that, it's like a pool of blood, right? It's like an insane amount of blood, like a ridiculous amount of blood. But then if I do this, it kind of breaks everything up to a smaller chunk. Which I kind of like a little bit better. It looks better with the blood or without the blood? Why is this such a high, like why is it so bright on the blood? It's like, it's black. Roughness alpha. I don't understand. What did I do? It's like, yeah, okay, there we go. I'm actually getting like a color, but it's like so damn bright. It's so funny. I'm just trying to figure out why it's so damn bright. Yeah, without the pond of blood, the insane amount of it. I just feel like it's unrealistic, whereas this at least is a little bit more realistic. Go with that. I'm thinking the roughness can be set to 0. That's probably better. Let's fix the sky. I'm gonna want my own clouds in there because I just feel like I don't, well, it's blown out right now because this is what freaking Blender does when it's using color management. But we'll figure that, we'll fix that, so that's not to worry. We also need to add a material to like this entire back area back there, probably something a little more procedural so that way it just works on everything. Yeah, and then this material right here is material 2, so let's go ahead and apply that to my naming conventions all over the place today, guys. Go ahead and save that now, and let's go ahead and add in some kind of like fog or some clouds in general. So let's see, let's save that. I'm also gonna, let's just do this right now. I'm gonna get this out of the way. We're gonna select our castle, and we're just gonna start working on some of the texturing on that. Can I not? Oh, it's like, why can't I select this? Great, well, we have some work to do here. So let's just do this. We're gonna call this castle texture. And let's go ahead and just find ourselves a good old material for that. Something that'll work just procedurally, if possible. So let's go to brick. And it's really just stone that we need, right? It's not, well, it's... something like this might actually work pretty good. Yeah, let's do this. I like it. Is it realistic? Maybe. I don't know. And this is our one texture for literally everything. Let's extract that guy. You know, the cool thing is finally, since I'm not, what was I trying to say? Since this isn't like a highly volumetric scene, I might not actually have an insane render time. Let's apply that to everything, and let's see how bad that is. Honestly, it's so far away that it doesn't matter. So now let's go ahead. That's just called castle texture. Let's search castle texture. This is how easy my job is, guys. Castle texture. Booyah. This is so insanely difficult. Castle texture. Well, that one actually needs some work. So you select everything and then you go smart UV unwrap it. And it goes boom. Did it do it? I'd actually use smart UV unwrap. Boom. There we go. Back out of there. Oh, that worked kind of. Actually, that worked really well. So castle texture. Castle texture. Castles are easy, guys. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. Castles are just the same texture for everything. We spent way more time today on the arrows than I will spend on the castle as a whole. And is that wrong? Should I feel bad for that? Because I don't. It's just kind of funny. Probably should have different textures for like the top roof thing, so this is just a vibe, guys. We're just chilling here. Adding the same texture to everything. And who knew it was going to be this nice? A nice end to the weekend. Low key, that's pretty good. Why is that white? Oh, I know what this is. Delete. The same texture is good for everything. Yeah, it kind of just works. I was just thinking maybe the top piece here should need something else or something. But like, it's so far away, and we're gonna set our focus, I think, to this point right here. I'm also thinking we want to be looking at this dude, right? Let's mess with the camera. Normally I don't spend this much time adjusting the camera and constantly finicking at it, but you know, I'm just wanting. Let's do this. And then what if we set... Let's create an empty plane axis. Right there's fine, because that's right at the spear. And if we select our camera now, whoopsies. Let's select our camera now, and if we go to depth of field and select this empty that we just added, change that to like 1. We go view this over here. Let's look at depth of field. That's pretty cool, right? Let's turn off depth of field. How does that look? We're going to add some clouds so that way it's a little more dynamic in the sky and everything. Let's lessen the amount of blur just a little bit. Or is it now it's super obvious? And then now let's see what it looks like with the grass. I'm thinking it's going to be pretty okay. We might want to remove some of the grass here just so we could see a little bit more. Just a little less what? Depth of field or grass? I like that. I'm thinking a little less grass though for him. Oh, I got an idea. You can't stop my idea. I got a really good idea. It might not be an insanely good idea, but it's a pretty good idea. Select this hierarchy here. Ooh, I almost spilt water all over me. That would have been bad. All right, duplicate this guy. And then rotate him. Whoops. Select only the rig. Rotate him. I'm sorry, I gotta get out of freaking... There we go. Thank you. Jeez. Rotate this guy now. It was bad enough with all the grass in there, and then... Yeah, I think you're right. A little less grass. Just a little too much right now. Which we can do real quick. And let's see. We're going to go to weight paint mode. Oops, object mode on that. Let's select the ground. Yeah, there we go. And go to weight paint. And... we already got the subtract selected. Just smaller. Something like... We're already... Well, one second. We need weeds. There we go. Or sorry, not weeds, grass. You'll need to fix the hand. Yeah, probably. Okay, great. Little less grass there, and that at least allows us to see the body there. And then we have this guy. He will be out of focus, but you know, we can use our imagination because we got those. Let's go into. So what you're saying, I actually have to almost pressed Alt D because that's what it is in Photoshop to deselect everything. I actually have to do this correctly? Come on. He's just like sprawled out because he just got screwed over, dude. He got like arrowed hard. I gotta, you know, like I always wondered because like there's these like shows like Game of Thrones and stuff like that, and you've got like all these guys, they know they're like in the first regiment or whatever. Like I watched Napoleon and I was like, these dudes know they're gonna die. Like they're being sacrificed. Like what's in it for them? Like why are they like going and doing that, you know? Like I don't understand sometimes. Like the people that were like in the infantry, like they knew that they were pretty much just gonna die. Like there's not really like a chance for them. Or was the idea that maybe there was a chance? I don't know, because like every time I'm like watching movies like that, it always just seems like, oh no, they're just dead. And this is blood right here, so I think that'll be fine. I always kind of wondered though, it's like if you're an infantry dude running into battle, like you're kind of fricked. Let's see what that looks like. Turn the render view on, please. Please turn the render view on. Oh yeah. That's good. Can't you just reset the transform on the armature? Yeah, but then I would have to redo everything. And I don't want to redo everything. I'm sure it's possible. Because it wasn't like I applied transforms. So I'm sure I could have done that. It's just, that was probably going to be more work, not going to lie. Let's see. I do really wish there was just more blood on this guy that I added. Just a little bit more. Let's go to his material here, and if we just duplicate the one on this guy right here, we can actually apply that. We're using this one right here, so if we make this smaller, 10 maybe. See what we're doing though. Oh, I might need to use a color ramp. That's right. Okay, that's fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's again almost knocked over my water. Let's go ahead and add in a little color ramp. By the way, drink water, guys. It's good for you. Just add this in here and just give it a lot of contrast, please. I always find it weird that the default value of contrast is not enough. Oh, I'm not viewing this. I should be viewing it. Perfect. And that's going into there. So then if we view our mix shader. Cool. That's a good amount. So now if we increase the scale of this to something higher. And then instead of full white, we just have it be a somewhat of a gray. That way it's keeping the initial intent of the skin, but then kind of just making it a little more bloody on top of it. Now I was just talking about, no, I was talking about only specific parts of the armature, like one hand. Oh, where you're deformed up. Okay, I know that you can do like rest pose or like reset an entire armature as a whole. I'll be honest, I don't often do it unless I'm trying to just like reanimate something from scratch or create multiple actions, but yeah, I believe I could have done it. I didn't really apply any transforms, so I would imagine that I could have reset everything in the end. Okay, great. This is looking really good. The only thing I'm really kind of thinking here, let's just go back to our reference image. Oh, yes. That's what I was about to say. I didn't know if it was in the reference image. We need some kind of like fog. We need fog. We need something, you know? And once we grade this, this will be much nicer. I'm thinking this is going to look really good because I'm going to desat it a little bit, change the grass colors also. So yeah, let's go ahead and real quick, just so we can see what we're doing. We're going to disable our scatter again. Ooh. It's getting a little late. I knew this stream was going to take a while. This one was going to be a bit because I knew. Actually, I have to check my schedule real quick. 1 second. Hold on, 1 moment, please. Yeah, I got a little bit of time. All right. Yeah, so we just disabled the grass real quick. That's cool. You know what's funny is this shot looks pretty cool without the grass as well. I mean, I like the grass, but, you know, it does look pretty cool without the grass as well. You know, we can do without it. Let's go ahead and add in some volumetrics, guys, real quick. This is like the last little touch for us, so let's go ahead and do that. Firstly, we're going to import volume, import an open BDB. And I believe I have mine in my downloads. They have this free VDB high altitude pack that I love to use. So just go ahead and grab that. And we're just going to scale it down, but it's for the most part going to be what we're looking for. Probably going to need to reapply render view in order to be able to see it. Yes, we do. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and do this real quick in this view. Just kind of scale everything up. Kind of gives it that mystic kind of feel, you know, and we're dealing with castles and you want to have that like wonder that you basically have. So we've got our density here. Let's decrease the amount of density on these guys. Oh, but this is just the viewport display. What am I doing? I mean, sure, let's just half the density or set it to 0.1 for the density, just so we can really see what we're doing there. And then for our material, go ahead and add in a new material. It's going to add in our density, principled volume. Now what I can't figure out with these guys is whenever I change this to a scatter, it freaks out on me and then it doesn't let me do that. So you do need to keep this way, but it's okay. We'll just set that to 0.1 on that, and then our interpretancy, just go ahead and increase that. And if we set that to render view, let's see what that looks like real quick for us. Might need a little more density. Not too much more density. Also thinking that for the color of it, we just go something a little more brown. And change the density here to 0.1. It's pretty thick though. The thing to note is that it's going to do whatever setting we do here for every single cloud that we import for this high altitude thing. So we do need to find ourselves a happy medium that we're fine with. I like that. It's pretty sweet. Next up, last bit, is adding in another cube. We love cubes around here, guys. And let's grab this front face right there and then just scale it down towards the camera. It's fine. And then this back bit here, we're just going to kind of have that go off. And this guy, we'll just add in a new material that we will call fog. And we're going to change this principal BSDF to a scatter node, volume scatter. And just plug that directly into our volume. Change this to like a 0.1 and the intricacy to like a 0.7. So we need to be a little bit smaller, 0.01. Maybe even smaller than that, not gonna lie. So let's take that, we're gonna scale that all the way up. Okay. Kind of like that. What it's doing is it's kind of just overall just adding in this nice light fog layer onto everything, which is pretty cool. Adds a little bit of scale to everything as well. We'll add all our birds and stuff in later. Okay. Let's go ahead and set this to wireframes. That way we can see what we're doing over here. I do want... Let's see if I can figure out why this is the case. Let's go ahead and import now a new volume. Import a new volume. We'll go to our downloads again. I just did MD. Let's see if this fixes the issue. Go to flat instead of MD. Let's go to HD. And okay, so far so good. And the secret's going to be, let's add in a new material back there, solid view. Go back to render view. Actually, might want to just do this in solid view. We're just going to duplicate our work here. And we're just kind of creating a whole cloud base. I know the add-on that I use adds clouds in, but I just like doing this myself. I find it tends to give really nice results. So it's kind of worth it to just go through and add in your own volumetric clouds. And it doesn't take that much work to do, so. And it's just like a line. It doesn't have to be 3D because the camera's not moving. So let's do that and then see what we got. This is all going to be really dense, so we can make those adjustments as well. How dense do we really want that? Not that dense, I'll tell you that right now. Oh man, volumetrics. Something that I gotta get better at. And honestly, a solution could also be that we take all of these guys now and we just duplicate them further back. Reset that real quick. Might need to increase the anisotropy a bit. From the camera view, actually, I almost want to delete this side. And we have the background image here. I kind of want to select the color of the clouds that we have here. And I think that will help gauge that a little bit better for the scene. I think that's pretty nice. Let's do one more thing real quick. Let's go ahead and add in a cube that we can set behind the camera. Because since the world is completely infinite back here, light is just kind of everywhere, and that's not good for us. Whoops. So let's just take this here, we scale this guy up, move that up real quick. And it doesn't have to be, you know, it just got to be bigger than there. But if I delete only the face, and we create a new material, and then just set this material to be like completely black, when we go back into our render view, it'll feel a little bit darker, as if we're like getting like a natural vignette from the camera's perspective. Because there's no light coming from this direction now. And the cool thing that this does is it kind of like draws your eyes towards the more important part of the image. What we need to be careful of is that we are not making the second body be out of focus. So let's go ahead and just select that real quick. So just maybe draw that back a tiny bit. That's fine. And we might want to just do some artificial lighting, which is okay. We can do that. So let's go ahead and add in a nice little area light. And let's just focus on that real quick. To make sure this area light isn't being affected by the fog, so go ahead and disable the volume scatter on it. And let's see. It's pretty nice. Let's just make it a little more yellower. And increase the amount of brightness. It is difficult to see because it's just taking time to cache everything as we're working on it, but you can see that adds a little bit more yellow light into the shot right there. Also helps draw your eye to the important part. And if I delete that, you can see that he gets a lot darker. Just those values right over there. So that's working pretty nicely for us. We want it to feel like the sun is kind of like hitting that portion of the image. Well, perfect. Okay, let's go ahead and just save that, and then we can try rendering this out and then see where this is at. You know, I can't really spend too much longer on this today, and I think we're pretty much there. So it just has some compositing stuff. I'm going to change this to an OpenEXR multi-layer, and what that'll allow us to do is over here inside of our passes, we can actually enable cryptomats for objects and materials. And that's fantastic. So with that being said, let's go ahead and render this out. I'm going to reset the sample, the amounts of samples that we need. So go ahead and go to your render preset settings real quick for that. I just set this to 1024, which is more than enough of what you need, especially with the amount of denoising that we're doing and things like that. So go ahead and just do that, and we'll render out a 50% resolution version of this shot, and that'll allow us to comp this on stream, and then you know, I can render out the full res version after this is done, and we can go from there. So this is going to go ahead and render out. Hopefully it won't take terribly too long. It says 40 minutes. 40 minutes? Hopefully not. Good old volumetrics, my favorite aspect of 3D now. Oh snap. Okay, well, if this is gonna take this long, then I can't do this on stream because I actually do have somewhere I need to be right now. If this should finish in a few minutes, hopefully. So if that's the case, then we can go from there. But while this is happening, hit that subscribe button. I have a fun tutorial coming out very soon that I've been working on. I think it's a pretty fun little thing, and it's a fun texturing and shading tip tutorial. So I'm working on that, and there's another one that I'm doing as well, how to do crowd simulation work in Blender and composite those into visual effect shots. That is another tutorial that I'm working on, and yeah, so make sure that you guys are subscribed so you guys can follow along and get notified when those things are up, because I got a few tutorials planned and they're coming out very soon. And also, in a way for you guys to know when videos are coming out, join the Discord. Link is in the description, and I post announcements on there every time we're going live and every time we're working on stuff, so then you'll never miss out on another live stream ever again. So yeah, let's see, 15 more minutes. So I'm already seeing mistakes. This happens every time I'm working with volumetrics, because I already know that I want there to be a little bit more fog visible in front of the castle and around it. Yeah. Okay. Here's the deal. I'm gonna stop this stream because I gotta go. But I'm gonna work on the comp on this. It's the same as we always do with the comp. Come back next week for our next live stream. We do these weekly. If you guys have suggestions on what you guys would like to see next time for your stream, then please comment that below. I would love to get your guys' recommendations on what you would love to see for the next stream or two. And I think next week we're doing a Lord of the Rings themed one, Shadow of Mordor. So if you want to check that out, then come on by and we will be making a really fun, exciting render. I always enjoy stuff like that. I think that one was inspired by the wizard tower that I had done. So if you guys are interested in that, then go ahead and hit that subscribe button and make sure to turn bell notifications on. And then you guys will be notified when we're live. I also have a Discord. I'll be posting the link and also the photo that we will be doing the day before the stream. So that way you guys will be aware of what time we'll be streaming and when that's going to be. So I'll see you guys next week. Thank you so much for dropping by and hanging out. out. This is the render we're doing out of Blender today, and I will be doing some comp work on this later tonight. And I'll be posting this when it's finished, and then probably going on Instagram tomorrow. So if you guys follow me in any of those areas, then you will see this photo when it's done. But yeah. All right, guys, peace out. You guys have a great weekend, rest of your weekend, and I'll see you guys next week.